me as I chair this committee, but we do have quorum, thank you. And are we live and are we recording? Thank you, Mr. Matt. And Jennifer, help me here. Make sure that I'm on point. I know that we have several properties and I don't see our chair here. So we were gonna give our celebratory thank yous, but if she does come on, we will stop for a minute and enjoy giving her congratulations. So I think that we do we do it similar to the historical commission where I do roll call to make sure everyone is here? Okay. So I will start with my screen and go across and just say present for persons who are here. So Mary Lynn Bryan.
Present.
Thank you. David Bergstone.
Present.
Sean Patch.
Present.
And I see Sarah David. Staff. Hannah Beckman Black is here. Ramona here. Josie Ward, and welcome.
Thank you. Present.
Julia Smith.
Present. Thank you.
And I think welcome to you too. Our new Deputy Secretary, Darren Waters, here.
Here.
Beth is here. Hello, Matt Jorgensen.
Good morning, and point of order. Technically, we usually do introductions, not roll call.
Okay, see, that's why I need help. Thank you. I'll finish roll call and then I will have introductions. And because I am calling like John, hello, Jennifer. Roll call, David.
Here.
Okay, we have Matt, Heather. And
I'm here.
hello, Barbara Snowden.
Here.
And then Jamie DeStefano, if I said that right. So as you were pointing out, Matt, our staff introduces themselves. Is that, or do we have the commissioners introduce themselves? I mean, the advisory committee.
We usually start with commissioners and then staff.
Okay, so again, my commissioners, my committee members, I'll start with Mary Lynn.
I'm Mary Lynn Bryan. Is that what you want? I live in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Okay. And pretty much it's something you want to say to us about your connection to the committee if you want. Or
All
your
right. I have long been interested in historic preservation. I have recently been in charge of restoring 3 pre-Civil War houses here in Fayetteville, and they are now open. So I have a great deal of interest in what we are talking about.
Thank you. David Bergstone. We have 2 Davids. David B.
Yeah, I'm David Bergstone. I'm currently Director of Facilities for Salem Congregation. I manage all the historic properties here. Formerly with Old Salem, managed all their properties, but now I'm their landlord. So I've done a lot of rehabilitations and other preservation activities.
Okay, thank you. I have Josie Ward.
Hi, I'm Josie Ward. I'm an architectural historian in Asheville, and I'm happy to join this committee. Thank you for having me.
Great. Julie Smith.
But do you want to stick, Dr. Johnson, do you want to stick with committee members first and then staff?
Okay. Yes. I think that brings me down to Matt Jorgensen.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Jorgensen. My pronouns are he, him. I am a professional archaeologist in the consulting industry, and I live in Raleigh.
Thank you. And Professor Denard.
Who?
You, Dr. David.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed it.
I still call you Professor.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. I am very interested in historic preservation. I've worked with the local committee here in Greenville during my tenure at East Carolina University. And I'm also involved in some historic preservation projects in the state of Georgia. So I hope this retirement will allow me to focus more keenly on my historic preservation interest throughout the South.
Thank you so much. And I have Barbara Snowden.
Hi, I'm Barbara Snowden, and I represent the northeastern quarter of the state. I'm a volunteer. I also own a few historic properties, and in Currituck, we're in the process of restoring a jail and looking after a courthouse and some other public properties. I'm traveling today, so I'm going to get rid of my video so you don't have to see it jumping when the truck jumps. I'll try the audio going. Nice being with you today.
Nice to have you. Thank you. And we have Sean Patch.
Hi, my name is Sean Patch. I'm an archaeologist with New South Associates in Greensboro. This is my first day. I'm really honored to be here, and I appreciate meeting everyone and working with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome. So we've got our two newest members, Josie Ward and Sean Patch, and we're glad to have you on board. And you'll find that this is a lively, we have lively discussions. Let's put it that way. And it's very meaningful work. I'm Valerie Ann Johnson. As you can see, I'm at Shaw University. I am dean here at Art Sciences and Humanities, and I serve on the Historical Commission as well as this particular committee, and I'm the liaison between our Historical Commission on the Preservation North Carolina group. And I need to, before we go on, I would like to ask, are there any conflicts of interest that should be noted as we review the various presentations? Hearing none, I would also, we will have staff introductions, and we're gonna start with our new CHIFO, Darren Waters, but I also need to entertain an approval of June's minutes. If you've had a chance to review them, at this point, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
I will second the motion. Matt Jorgensen.
So David Denard moved, and it was seconded by Matt Jorgensen to approve the minutes for June. Do we have to go through the roll call again?
Yes, ma'am. I'm afraid we do.
Okay. I'm still getting used to this. So starting our roll call, Mary Lynn Bryan,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Sean Patch,
Yes?
Josie Ward,
Yes.
Barbara Snowden,
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen,
Yes.
David Denard,
Yes.
and Valerie Ann Johnson, yes. So our minutes for June were approved. So at this point, I'm going to turn my virtual gavel over to Darren Dr. Waters, to introduce himself and our staff, our wonderful staff.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. It's good to be here with you all this morning. I am Darren Waters. I am the new Deputy Secretary for the Office of Archives and History and also the State SHPO officer. I am in a learning phase of learning exactly what that means, and so grateful to have a great Deputy SHPO officer in Ramona Bartos, who is getting me up to speed just about every single day. I'm almost reaching out to Ramona to ask her some question. And I have to say that I think I'm 6 weeks into this new role. I'm enjoying every minute of it and deeply fascinated by the work that goes on in Ramona's shop. And so I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you all. Ramona has a wonderful team that is working with her. And as Dr. Johnson has already said, and I'm sure many of you already know, I am pleased to have both Sean and Josie here as well. Josie and I had a really good conversation. Glad to see you all join this committee. And I look forward to working with you. I know it is standard for me to kind of give a report, some type of brief report on what is going on in archives and history. But since I'm so new, the new thing is my presence here. So getting to learn all that is going on, I'll say this before I'll pass it on to Ramona, that while I have been involved with the department in some form of fashion, serving as a member of the Historical Commission as well, I'm realizing that there's a whole lot that goes on in the department that I did not know. And so it makes for very interesting days. So again, I look forward to getting to know and to work with each of you. I am happy and thrilled and honored to be a part of this team. So Ramona, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waters, and a hearty welcome to you as well as to our new NRAC members, Mr. Patch and Ms. Ward. We're very glad to have you here this morning. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'll take a moment and call on my colleagues to introduce themselves, and then I'll make a quick report if that's okay.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. That's
Okay,
what I'm
great.
waiting for.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. I'll start with Sarah Woodard.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Woodard. I'm the branch supervisor for the Survey and National Register programs, and I came back from my honeymoon just for you guys.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll go to Jen Brose next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jen Brose, and I'm the National Register Coordinator for the National Register and Survey Office, and I work out of the Raleigh office.
Very good. I'm going to go to Julie Smith next, who's the glue that holds everything together.
Oh, goodness, that's too kind. I'm Julie Smith. I work in the Raleigh office. I'm the National Register Assistant. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Julie makes sure that all the newspaper ads and so forth that our constituents need and meetings and such as that are all taken care of, working with Jen very closely. Thank you, Julie. Beth King, come up. If you come next, please.
I'm Beth King. I'm the Architectural Survey Coordinator. And for about another week, I'm based in Raleigh, but I am relocating to our office in Asheville. So that's where I'll be if we are virtual in February.
Thank you, Beth. John Wood.
Morning, everybody. I'm John Wood. I'm a preservation and restoration specialist based in the SHPO regional office in Greenville.
Thank you, John. And I will go to sort of adjunct staff. They are in the private consultancy business, but we do work so closely with them. And perhaps Heather Slane and Jamie DeSavano would introduce themselves as well. Say hello.
Hi, I'm Heather Slane. I will be presenting the West Burlington Historic Survey update and recommendations for you. And I know I've seen most of you in meetings before this.
Thank you, Heather. Jamie.
I'm Jamie DeStefano. I'm a consultant working out of Texas right now. And I did the Waynesville survey update. So I'm presenting the study list candidate for Furry's Lodge today.
Good. Thank you all very much. I think I caught everybody.
Yeah, you missed Hannah.
Oh, Hannah. Gosh, I'm sorry, Hannah. I'm sorry. I need my glasses on. Go ahead, please. We can't overlook.
I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the Survey and National Register Specialist in the Raleigh SHPO office.
Thank you, Hannah. Sorry, I didn't mean to overlook you. Madam Chair, if you would indulge me for just a moment, I want to show a few slides. I think that might expedite my report with some illustrations, if that's okay.
That is quite all right.
All right, bear with me just a moment. Well, I'll pull those up. I wanted to share with you a couple of items from the Preservation Office. Just to give you an idea, Beth King, we want to really credit her with overseeing all of this and managing all of the spinning plates that are all of our survey programs, our projects that are going on. What is in blue is getting underway. What is in blue, we have where they're in the process of completing or have completed. And I just wanted to point out how much is going on. You get to see the fruits of this labor. We're either surveying anew or we're either surveying to bring an update, because some of our surveys date back to the 1970s when we got started in this work. But I also want to point out several of these are hurricane grant funded, such as Montgomery County, Hoke, Person and Vance, McDowell and Polk, and Cumberland County is a sub-grant that will be getting underway, as well as Mount Pleasant in Cabarrus County. I also want to point out we have been working our way across the state, and I hope to see more of these projects with African American resource thematic studies. We've done Asheville and Transylvania County. We just completed Greensboro, and Raleigh is going to be a certified local government grant coming this year. So I just wanted to let you know that is indeed going on. And we hope to have some more survey presentations to you in the future. Just a retrospective, what we've been doing the last year. We've been working hard. You've been working hard, just to give you an idea of what has come through the process. I know you read all of these, but I think it's good sometimes to step back and see just what we've been up to. So 13 districts or district updates we've touched in some way, 12 houses, 4 mills, 4 schools, 3 churches. I'll let you read it all for yourself, but even a carousel that was moved over in Burlington. So we really are running the gamut of all the possibilities here. I just want to show you too what the CLG, the Certified Local Government Grants, are this year. We've got some design standards for Burlington. I mentioned the Raleigh African American Thematic Architectural Survey. We also have one going on in Swansboro for the community. Forsyth County is going to be working on a survey manuscript, so a book will be coming forward at some point in the future. Kerner's Folly is getting some bricks and mortar assistance. We've got some National Register nominations, which I think you'll be seeing in the future. Greensboro downtown to be updated, as well as a utility type facility in Mooresville. At Bethabara, which is a National Historic Landmark associated with the Moravian settlement and presence there, we've got some building structure reports that are going to be happening for some of those important buildings. We also are continuing what seems to be a sort of template project. We've done this in High Point, and now we're going to move into Elizabeth City to do some GPR work at the old Oak Grove Cemetery. And then Wake Forest would like to do a preservation plan update. So again, we're really running the gamut of the possibilities here for these grants. Also, I will put in the chat the link. We have made lemonade from COVID lemons. We're trying to do that across the board. And so we went into virtual preservation training. We used our department's YouTube channel. Thank you, Matt Zayer, who helped with all of this as well. And so Hannah, for example, did Architectural History 101. You're far advanced beyond that, but you might like the refresher. And we've tried to add new topics for the last year, including cemetery preservation, and also one that's really great, which is how to prepare for future weather events and greater resiliency for our historic buildings. So I'll put that in the chat. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'll stop the share now, and really appreciate everybody's engagement in being here. Our constituents count on us having a quorum, because all of these things are, Julie can tell you, Jen can tell you, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that comes into prep work for these meetings. So they count on us to be here and to help do the state's work. So I want to thank you all again for your engagement and your dedication today and your stamina. It's going to be a long meeting. We have a lot of good properties to present. So I'm glad to answer any questions along with Dr. Waters.
Are there any questions or comments at this time?
Yes, I have one question for Ms. Bartos.
Yes,
do you ever look at our work in comparative fashion to see how we stack up against other states, particularly in the South or other states throughout the nation, in terms of the nominations we submit for the National Historic, Register?
Yes, sir. We do talk very much amongst ourselves, a little bit of comparison and contrasting. And I think our numbers are very competitive in terms of what we're sending in. And I think our quality is probably, I would say, very high. So I feel satisfied with where we are. With even more staff, we could do even more for our constituents because we have a bandwidth and we have a lot of demand for these programs. But South Carolina, just next door, I think they send about half, more or less, of what we send up, but they're also half the size. So I think it's kind of relative a little bit. Texas might have a different story because of their size, for example. But I think compared to states our size, population, et cetera, I think we're in good stead, Dr. Denard.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? I do have to say this. I want to thank out loud John Wood, who gives homework and assignments to us, but they're always great. And he put me in touch with the group in Oriental when they had their 100th celebration of a Rosenwald school that is now a community center. And that's the kind of interaction with staff that occurs too, that often doesn't get highlighted. And I could start naming, different folks who will come in and have contact with us. And so I think it's important to acknowledge. So I wanted to say thank you so much for that, Mr. Wood. And I think it was an important connection.
You can certainly blame me for throwing you under the bus on that, but I appreciate you doing it. It's a great project that we're working on, and I've worked with them for probably 17, 18 years now. So they're accomplishing a lot.
Mm-hmm. So, and that extends the reach of the staff as well. So don't think they're just localized in the places where they are physically. They extend out, and we appreciate it. And I think it's necessary. So I wanted to make sure that was part of our record.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or things to note? If not, we can move on to our list, starting with our agenda, and we'll go in the order that is presented. So we start off in the Eastern region.
And if I might, while Jen's getting set up, just briefly note that the public can share comments on the YouTube stream, and those will be shared in the Zoom meetings chat. And also just remind committee members not to use the chat function to discuss what you should be discussing out loud, but do use the chat function if we're having technical difficulties. I think that was the only, I just wanted to mention that. Also, we do have a physical place in the building today for the public to watch. But Matt reports that they're not actually, if there is anyone in the auditorium, they won't be able to interact in the way we thought they would. But Matt will help facilitate that through the chat if we do have any people who come in person. So I will turn it back over to Jen now after that little housekeeping.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. Can everybody see the PowerPoint slide on the screen?
Yes.
John nodding. Yes, thank you very much. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start us off today with a project in the Eastern region. This is the Elizabeth City Historic District Boundary Increase 2. This is the second boundary increase for the Elizabeth City Historic District. The district was originally added to the National Register in 1977, and that's shown here by the red outline on the map. The 1977 nomination, like most early nominations, did not include the same information we would require today. The period of significance was unclear, among other things, but the period certainly ended in the early 20th century, given the 77 nomination date. NPS approved the first boundary increase for this district in 1994. This area is outlined in teal on the map. It expanded west, north, and south. But as you can see, it did not include some adjacent areas at the edge. It also inadvertently created a donut hole in the middle as it went out here, and we will circle back to that later. So this boundary increase 2 under consideration today is part of a multi-phase project recently undertaken by the city. Revived local interest in historic preservation, particularly in the city's downtown historic district, prompted the project. Boundary Increase 2 follows up on an additional documentation submission approved by the National Park Service in June 2021 for the previously listed area. The current boundary increase adds 45 primary resources to the district in 5 areas, totaling about 27 acres. The increase focuses on areas along Colonial and Main, Poole and Martin Luther King Jr. streets. It's nominated under Criterion C, significant at the local level in the area of architecture, with a period of significance of 1900 to 1970. The first expansion area is here. It allowed Elizabeth City to include a lot of municipal resources, like the water tower pictured here. And you can see that here on the map. Extending the period of significance from the early 20th century through the late 1960s, ending in 70, allowed significant and intact modern architecture to contribute. Area 1 includes the circa 1964 A. Parker Midget Municipal Building, designed by a local architect, Edward St. Clair Pugh, and includes a circa 1968 former Wachovia Bank at 400 East Main, among others. Areas 2 and 3 to the south and east of Area 1 are shown here. These increased areas pick up Todd's Pharmacy, designed by Wilson Architects Benton and Benton on South Poindexter. It also picks up on 207 East Church, the former Albemarle Production Credit Association, a wonderful little circa 1960 modernist building shown at the upper left-hand corner. And this circa 1943 Quonset hut on East Grace, shown at the bottom left. 2 of the 5 areas added by this boundary increase were parcels thought to have been in the original nomination, but were mismapped. Adding them is to some extent housekeeping to clean up that previous error. When the first boundary increase was submitted in 1994, it was thought that this area on Selden Street was in the original district. Therefore, they did not include it in the 94 increase. Thankfully, with her keen eye on the original nomination's verbal boundary description, the consultant realized during this project that there was an inadvertent donut hole in the district. The inclusion of Area 4 in this boundary increase remedies the issue. You can see the character of the resources in this area in the 3 photos to the right. Similarly, as a matter of housekeeping, we had at Area 5, a vacant lot, fixes a small donut hole missed during the first boundary increase. This area is just east of the first Baptist Cemetery. In sum, the Elizabeth City Historic District Boundary Increase 2 adds 32 contributing resources to the National Register. It is nominated under Criterion C for architecture, significant at the local level with a period of significance from 1900 to 1970. And I can take any questions you may have. I believe Sarah or Ramona or Dr. Johnson, are we voting on these in groups by region unless you want to pull out certain ones?
That was my understanding, that we would vote by region.
Yeah, I would recommend doing it by region.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing so you can see each other.
So are there any questions? And thank you, Jen, for that presentation.
Jen, David Denard, one question here. When I look at the correspondence, it lists the mayor, the city council folk, and all of that. Do we ever get split votes on these nominations? And if so, how would they be registered?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for asking that question. Actually, I wanted to mention that last night, right after 5, I got the certified local government comment sheets from planner Kellen Long. And so Elizabeth City is a certified local government, which means when there's a nomination, they have the obligation to go ahead and get some public comment and register their opinion on whether it appears to meet the National Register criteria for listing. And both the Historic Preservation Commission will do that and sign off on one of the comment sheets. And then the city, the mayor or the city council will do the other comment sheet. And in this case, both entities did send back comment that they believed that it appeared to be eligible for the National Register, meeting the criteria, and they recommended that it be forwarded to the National Park Service for consideration. To your question, Dr. Denard, we generally don't see a conflicting opinion. I would say usually the Preservation Commission is the expert entity that's considering it first and advising the city or the county. Once in a great while, whether in the state or others, there may be a split opinion. If one entity believes it meets the criteria and the other does not, it would still proceed to the Park Service should you all recommend that the SHPO sign off on that. If both entities felt that it did not meet the criteria for listing and signed off as such, then it would pause the process, and as outlined in federal procedures, there would be any citizen who could appeal to then have it continue moving forward, potentially to the Park Service. So those are some of the various scenarios that could happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for a good question.
I had a question about the map. In Area 3, are we creating a new donut hole?
And we're eliminating donut holes.
Well, look at Area 3 though. It looks like there's now a corner that's surrounded.
So I can see.
I don't know what's in there.
Area 3. Let me see if I can pull back up my map and share. Okay.
It looks like maybe the corners don't touch.
Well, it's like there's 4 lots along, can't read it, Church Street. The photograph is covering it up on that map. At that top corner of that area 3, if you look at the boundary map, it shows there's 4 lots. It looks like they're sort of named, there you go, you can see it there.
Okay, let's see where we're at.
It looks like because the street itself isn't included, that those 2 corners don't touch. I mean, I see your point. It sort of is a donut hole. It's a donut hole, but it's not connected on those, the sort of the northwest corner and the southeast corner of the original.
No, it doesn't totally cover it, but I mean, you got streets on both sides. I just wondered why those 4 lots are excluded. If it's just integrity issues or nothing there.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure what is on that particular parcel. I was not the primary reviewer. Scott reviewed this before he retired, and then Mary Ruffin helped me retrieve the materials to present it. I do see what you're saying, and I think if I was reviewing it fresh, would certainly ask the same question. I take it that Scott as staff and the consultants had a reason for not including that, and we shall see if you so approve whether the Park Service will let that fly. And then, yeah, I'm offhand, I'm not sure what is right there.
Yeah, that's just something you might want to look at a little bit, make sure why that got.
Yeah, and
If
clarify.
there's buildings or it's vacant, or why they just decided to circle
Have
that.
it be, yeah, clarified. I can ask the consultant if that is clarified somewhere in the nomination before we forward it to the Park Service. Thank you. Okay.
So, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any other concerns or questions or areas to note before I call for the vote? So
This is Matt Jorgensen. I will move to accept the nomination.
And I'll move second, David Denard.
So it's been moved by Valerie Johnson here. It's been moved by Matt Jorgensen to accept the nomination and seconded by David Denard. I will go through the roll call again. Mary Lynn Bryant.
Yes.
David B.
Yes.
Thank you. Sean Patch.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
I don't see Barbara Snowden.
I don't see her either. She may have had some connection problems. Where does that put us with a quorum, Jen? We're good? We have 7. Okay. All right, Jen reports that we still have a quorum, so we can carry on.
Yes, thank you. That was my question too. And Valerie Ann Johnson, I vote yes. So, thank you so much. And this nomination has been approved. So we'll move on to our next region. Thank you, Jen. And you're up again in a few minutes, so. Let me see.
Okay, so I am going to kick us off in the central region. I'm just going to stick around here. So let me share with you the next one. All right.
Embarrass.
All right. Can everybody see the Norcott Mill PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jen, I'd like to just make a quick reminder to folks to mute themselves during the presentation.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so our first property for the central region is Norcott Mill, also known as Cannon Mill Company Plant Number 10 in Concord. Norcott / Cannon is located about 1.5 miles southwest of downtown Concord's Central Commercial District, where you see the red star, on Cabarrus Avenue West at its intersection with White Avenue Northwest. The 1905 opening of the former Brown Manufacturing Company cotton mill, located across White Avenue from our Norcott Mill, spurred development in this area. Construction of Norcott was complete by 1916, and the factory began operating in May. It consisted of a 2-story on basement brick mill and a 1-story frame cotton warehouse with a brick opening room at its southeast corner. The office that was located down here on the corner is no longer extant. Norcott / Cannon plant physically expanded through 1964. Here is the general evolution of the sections of the mill as viewed today. The earliest sections are the 1916 main mill, the cotton conditioning room just to the south, and the warehouse to the west, as well as the Little East hose house up here. Here in the Sanborn, you can see how the main mill expanded to the east, all the way over here to White Street. Here is the location of the 1923 edition that goes out to White Street, and the opening room built between 1927 and 1938. I will point out something in this area that I will show you later. This is marked down here as a contributing site instead of a building because of roof collapse. So we have the walls, but we have roof collapse, and the Park Service advises that be a site instead of a building. In the 47 Sanborn, you can see additional freestanding warehouses were built northwest of the mill with the water tower, up here, all these warehouses, and the water tower nearby. The highlights indicate resources added between 1938 and 1947, including the cotton warehouse, just shown on the Sanborn map, the North Hose House, the pump house, and the still water tower. Finally, this highlights the 1963 warehouse at the west end, the 1964 west addition to the main mill, and right here, a 1956 to 64 estimated date for restroom tower addition. The nominated area encompasses 8 contributing buildings, 1 contributing site, as I previously pointed out, and 1 contributing structure, which is the water tower. As a class of resources, textile mills were numerous and a critical driver to Concord's economic growth and development. Their contributions as manufacturers, employers, consumers of local goods and services, and taxpayers over the course of their operation were enormous. Norcott Mill / Cannon Mills Company Plant Number 10 is locally significant under National Register Criterion A in the area of industry, as one of the 10 primary textile manufacturers that drove Concord's economic and physical growth during the 20th century. Norcott Mill began manufacturing cotton yarn in 1916 and continued to do so after becoming Cannon Plant Number 10 upon the 1928 consolidation of 8 Cannon-owned textile manufacturers as Cannon Mills Company. Employee numbers quickly grew from 100 in 1917 to 250 in 1925. Production rose and the workforce increased by 300 employees following the complex's 1964 expansion and modernization, making plant number 10 Cannon Mill's largest facility after plant numbers 1 and 4 over in Kannapolis. Output remained strong and employment high until the mill finally ceased production in 1991. This mill is also locally significant under Criterion C for architecture, as it embodies the distinctive characteristics of early to mid 20th century industrial design. Typical characteristics are listed here, and you will see these as we briefly tour around the mill next. The period of significance is 1916 to 1971. The plant's industrial function after 71 is not of exceptional significance. Now we'll take a brief walk around the mill, starting at the corner up here and moving around counterclockwise. At the east end, we can see the ghost of openings and the exposed rafters in the 1923 section. And at the bottom is a close-up of the towers. Working around to the other side of the tower, to the cotton conditioning room, pictured at the bottom left. Looking east, back towards the tower, you can note the rhythm of the window openings where they're ghosting. They're bricked in, but you can definitely still see the rhythm. And I believe this is the boiler room here. There is some isolated roof deterioration that is evident at the photo on the right, but overall, that is not an issue. The 1964 edition, as one would expect, has few openings, as was typical when air conditioning is introduced. Now, west of the 64 edition, this is what I pointed out on the earlier aerial, the former opening room with the roof collapse, hence the site rather than building in the count. And then the circa 60 warehouse, it's on the far western end. We're looking at an oblique here at two of the sides. You can see the steel windows here as we move to the mid-century. Circling around from that corner where we were standing, behind here we get to the water tower and pump house, which is right under the water tower. This is the 1916 warehouse. It's a frame warehouse. It was formerly freestanding until the 64 connection here. So we're looking at it from inside here, and there's a little covered walkway. You're looking right through there. Okay, here's the covered walkway along the side of the 1916 warehouse. And then along the back of the mill, you can see some ramps and freight doors were added to reach the upper level. Again, as you go around the back, you can see these segmental arch patterns, except in the later restroom addition. And we are going around back to where we started. This is on the east end of the mill. It's a good representation showing the four course segmental arch headers. All right, so behind the mill is the circa 1938 to 47 warehouse. Board and batten were the original covering, and metal that is cladding it now is thought to be a mid 20th century update. So here's some views of the front and back of typical warehouse and inside. On the interior of the main mill, heavy timber and steel posts and beams. triple thickness wood floors, flush board roof decking, metal clad calamine doors, and firewalls between combustible areas are intact. Mid 20th century modifications include door opening creation to facilitate interior connectivity, supplementary steel post and beam installation, and the removal of the picker room's east wall and west wall's north end. Plywood and gypsum board partition walls, vinyl composition tile floors, and dropped acoustical tile ceiling are installed in limited areas, some historically where they created offices and a canteen. These alterations are minimal in the overall scope of the facility. And here you can see just a few examples of the types of structural elements. And on the inside, some of the window fenestration. This is in the lowest level in the basement. And you're looking here at the split between the original and then the 23 edition. You can see that there's different flooring heights there. In the 1950s and 60s sections have brick, steel, and concrete structural systems. The 1964 warehouse / office edition is supported by steel I-beams and posts on the upper level and reinforced concrete beams and posts in the basement. The mill's in good condition with the exception of isolated roof collapse at the one-story picker room's north end and the intersection of the 1916 mill with its 1923 addition adjacent to its south wall, which I believe is what we're seeing some daylight right there. And here's an example of one of those areas with some office partitioning. They're taking down some of that, looks like back there to the right. In the circa 1916 cotton warehouse, circa 1916 conditioning room, and the 56 to 63 warehouse are also in overall good condition. The nominated boundary encompasses the 6.7 acre tax parcel and a narrow strip of public right-of-way to the east, bordering White Avenue that contains the mill's east end. The boundary encompasses the property historically associated with Norcott Mill and Cannon Mills Company Plant Number 10. I mentioned earlier that there was a Brown Manufacturing Company to the east across White Avenue. And according to the nomination, this is not included for several reasons. Although Cannon Mills assumed operation of the adjacent Brown Manufacturing Company factory in 1956 and purchased the property upon that concern's 1963 liquidation, the Brown Manufacturing plant retained its name, and Norcott and Brown Mills continued to operate independently, headed by separate management teams, and produce different goods. The overall integrity level of Brown has not been determined, as the 1905 and 1923 edition are encapsulated with expansions and brick veneer facades. The property is separately owned and interior access was not granted. I also want to note that yesterday we received certified local government comment forms from Concord City Council and Mayor Dush, as well as the Concord Historic Preservation Commission. And they all found that the property meets the National Register criteria for listing and recommend it be submitted for listing in the National Register. With that, I can take questions or we can continue rolling through the central region.
This is Matt Jorgensen. I do have one brief question. If you could go back to your, I don't know if it was the second or third slide that shows the overall relation to Concord.
Sure.
So I know we're looking at this as an individual thing, but it looked like maybe it was part of or inside something else.
Wait, let me go back.
Yes, that slide.
Okay.
So I forget, green is study listed maybe? So what is this a part of?
Right. So earlier on, so this mill individually was study listed in, I think, 2016 when Ann was here. The bigger area further back, I would have to grab the date on that, was study listed as, I think it was the Brown and Norcott Mill Village. So it a while back, they sort of glommed them together and put some houses around it as one study listed area. But this nomination doesn't focus on that. It solely is individually for Norcott Mill, which is also individually study listed, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions for Jen about this? The Norcott nomination? If not, let's move on. I think. We have the Iredell County Norwood School.
Let me pull up my screen here. Can y'all see that?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So I have two properties from the central and southeastern region. My first is the Norwood School, located in Iredell County, 3 miles northwest of the town of Troutman, but with a Statesville address. The school is being nominated at the statewide level under criterion A in the area of education and criterion C in the area of architecture, with a period of significance beginning in 1906, the year of its construction, through 1927, marking the end of its use as a public school. Constructed by local builder John McFadden Plott, it was the 7th of 7 district schools for white students erected in Falston Township, highlighted here in yellow. And as the first and only school building erected in this newly created district, it is associated with a statewide upbuilding of public schools and statewide improvements in public education in the early 20th century. Norwood School was built to the plan and guidelines established in the 1903 edition of Plans for Public Schoolhouses, with explanations, specifications, bills of material, and estimates of cost, issued by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. It followed the design of Room A, Plan Number 1, highlighted here in yellow. And according to the nomination, Norwood School is understood to be the earliest surviving, documented, and well-preserved school building based on this important and influential publication. The school was constructed just north of Troutman Cemetery on land donated by members of the Troutman family. This land was just a fractional part of the 3,000 plus acre farm and woodland estate assembled by the family patriarch, John Jacob Troutman, more than 200 years ago. With the earliest marked grave dating to 1821, although tradition holds that the first interment was actually circa 1813, this burying ground had been in use by members of the Troutman family and local residents for almost a century by the time the school was constructed. So because of its proximity to the cemetery, it was often referred to as Troutman Graveyard School. Norwood School closed in 1927 as a result of the school consolidation movement in the 1920s, but has been the site of annual Troutman family reunions since 1909, a tradition that continues in the former schoolhouse to this day. The school building, as you'll see in the following photographs, has changed very little from its original appearance and has very good overall integrity. When initially built, the prescribed length of the school was increased by 8 feet. In 1914, a full width porch replaced the earlier smaller porch. Circa 1921, a rear window was changed to a door and a partition was added to the classroom, but has since been removed. At an unknown date, but likely after 1927, the doorways between the classroom and vestibule and coat room were enlarged. And you can see that on the current plan here. And in recent years, the roof was replaced with 5V sheet metal. So here is the south side elevation, and 4/4 wood sash windows are intact behind those shutters. The front elevation and the north side elevation, which never had any fenestration. The rear elevation, and here you can see that 1920s door modification. On the interior, looking toward the front of the classroom,
100 yards, you turn around.
Walls and ceilings are typical throughout, as well as pine floorboards.
So you make a turn.
Looking toward the rear of the classroom, here you can see those enlarged openings to the vestibule. These are closer views of the vestibule and the coat room. School compares favorably with other schoolhouses across the state from the early 1900s. Here are some comparable one-room schools mentioned in the nomination, some of which have been moved, remodeled, or enlarged over time, according to the nomination text. The cemetery has had some later changes, including the removal and reconfiguration of the rear portion of the stone wall in the 1930s and a systematic realignment of many grave markers in the oldest western part of the cemetery into regimented rows in the 1970s. At the entrance, an iron archway was added in 1981 and a replacement iron gate circa 2008. Despite these changes, the cemetery is a contributing site and retains its critical supporting role as the defining feature of the site and setting of the Norwood School. The boundaries of Norwood School are drawn to include the school, the cemetery, and its setting, and it excludes a train depot to the south that was moved to the property in 1976. In sum, Norwood School is being nominated for statewide significance under Criterion A in the area of education and Criterion C in the area of architecture, with a period of significance from 1906 through 1927. Would you like me to move into the next property or stop for questions?
Two things. One, stop for questions. And two, let me remind folks to please mute yourselves or check and make sure you're muted. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Hannah. And if someone comes up with a question, they can ask it after we finish this next one.
Could I ask a quick question about the Norwood School?
Sure.
Hannah, would you mind saying just a bit about the criteria for statewide significance as opposed to local significance in a case like this, or why it's being nominated statewide and not locally?
Right. So the consultant felt that it rose to the level of statewide significance because of that statewide program of upbuilding of these one-room schoolhouses. So the consultant really wanted to try to do statewide significance for this one. The comparison properties that he identified were across the state. And so architecturally, in comparison to those other properties across the state, he felt that it stood out among those.
Hannah, can I add?
Thank you.
Can I add one thought about this to our question of my own is, I don't know that across the state, schools of this era really survive, period, as well. We had those few examples, but we of course have our great collection of Rosenwald schools, but they're even later time period wise. Is that a fair statement?
They are later. Some of them are later. Some of those examples that the consultant pulled were from the, I believe, the teens and 20s as well. So they might be contemporaries of the Rosenwald schools as well.
Thank you, Hannah.
Dr. Johnson here. I would add, because I'm thinking about that statewide significance, and would it be fair to say that this allows us to have the conversation about how education was imagined in a segregated system, and that having this particular school helps broaden the overall discussion and put some context those all the different efforts by African American communities to have to build their own schools. So in that way, I think that's a kind of another part to the statewide significance.
Certainly, Dr. Johnson, thank you for that point.
Has a survey been done or some thematic study of the schools? I mean, dating from the 18th century, we get existing school buildings, so.
Not to my knowledge, and the consultant did not identify a systematic statewide survey of these one-room schools.
Yeah, I know a couple here in Forsyth County and one in Salisbury. And some of them are still on school properties. And I mean, it's a pretty broad topic, and I know I addressed it also in Salisbury with an 1880s first graded school in the state, and they didn't want to do national significance or statewide significance without a lot more background.
I think this may also have to do with the plan and the centralization of school design and school planning across the state that you see in the very early 1900s.
Right, but is there an inventory to know whether, I mean, if others do exist or not, or how many exist?
No, they have been documented in countywide surveys periodically when we find them. In my experience, this is anecdotal. There are not a ton of them left, and particularly not in this good a condition.
Dr. Johnson here, but to your point, David, I think that's a great question to ask. And I think it's fair to think about, not to give a lot of work to a lot of folks, but it would be good to have that kind of a survey or overall picture across the state. Maybe some ambitious graduate PhD student could do something like that, but I think it is worthwhile and worth noting. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, David B.
Since we're discussing capacity, the other question I had about this one, in the nomination, I didn't feel there was probably enough documentation to evaluate the integrity of the graveyard, especially if changes are made. Apparently it's still active. Does the staff feel there's enough between photographs, or is there supplemental information? It says there's an inventory of graves, and I assume that also identifies, all the different types of stones and the physical appearance of the graveyard. There just wasn't as much detail as I would have expected included as contributing.
Right. So the main focus of this this nomination is the Norwood School, and the cemetery is a supporting resource on the property. So it's not the main focus of the nomination, but it is a supporting resource. Much like when we have residences that have outbuildings associated with them, they don't necessarily get as much detail.
But it is one of the functional uses that's identified and contributing resource. I mean, that's more, does the staff feel it's comfortable if changes are made, they'll be able to evaluate them? Does it impact the integrity of it? And then this isn't apply to nomination directly, but it does seem like they need some technical assistance for proper conservation of gravestones, not to put them in concrete collars.
Right. That's certainly a good point that they could certainly use some assistance with technical conservation of this graveyard or the cemetery, and we could certainly put the property owners in touch with our staff who deal with that.
Thank you. I think we're ready for the Ramsey Farm now, Hannah?
Okay, great. And we'll move on to the Ramsey Farm. So the Ramsey Farm is also located in Iredell County, 2 miles east of downtown Statesville on the south side of Davie Avenue, which was originally called Statesville to Moxville Road. Ramsey Farm is locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a representative and intact example of a late 19th century Iredell County farmhouse and outbuildings that evolved as needed to facilitate ongoing use. The farm stands as a particularly good example of a property type that was once dominant in the county and is disappearing from the landscape. The property contains 3 buildings, a T-plan house and corn crib granary, both circa 1883, and circa 1930, and a circa 1930 meat house, situated within an agrarian landscape. The period of significance is the circa 1883 construction date of the Ramsey house and corn crib and granary, and circa 1930 when the meat house was erected. The property is well known locally, referred to in some area histories and newspaper articles as Ramsey Hill or Green Acres. The Ramseys once owned 400 acres on the north and south sides of Statesville to Moxville Road. And you can see the Ramsey name here circled on this 1917 map. In the mid-1960s, the I-77 corridor bisected the farm, separating the nominated 6.85 acres to the west, outlined in yellow, from the 18.8 acres of the farm to the east. Because of this separation, a log barn, frame shed, and concrete block tenant house located on that eastern portion could not be included as part of the nominated acreage. Here's a close-up of the site plan. You can see the corn crib and granary east of the dwelling. Post and rail and wire fences surround the pasture adjacent to this outbuilding. Tree stands serve as windbreaks bordering pastures, and there are uncultivated fields and woodlands. In the rear yard, the frame meat house is the only extant farm outbuilding, and a farm road extends north of the buildings as well. The weatherboard-sided Ramsey house is an excellent example of a modest, rural, late 19th century T-plan residence that maintained a high level of integrity as it evolved. The main block, with a south-facing facade, encompassed a front gable west wing, which contains a parlor, and a perpendicular gabled east wing containing a living room. Most windows are mid-20th century 6/6 wood sash, although 3 German-sided dormers contain original 2/2 wood sash. Triangular pediments surmount these windows, reflecting a Gothic Revival stylistic influence. The paneled and glazed wood front door features 2 pane sidelights. And the wraparound porch was remodeled in 1907 to its current configuration and retains its form and footprint, chamfered wood posts and beadboard ceiling. Mid-20th century porch modifications included installation of a concrete block foundation, new flooring, square balusters, and wood steps with tubular steel railings. A 1-story L projects from the east wing's north elevation. This is the bedroom wing behind the living room. And there are several wings in the back of the house that likely date to the early 20th century, including a kitchen, vestibule, bathroom, and dining room. Beyond the dining room is a 1972 utility room addition. Also in 1972, the Ramseys fit a small bathroom in the northwest corner of the wraparound porch. Intact interior finishes include wide heart pine floors, tall baseboards, plaster walls and ceilings, raised panel and board and batten doors with original hardware, flatboard windows and door trim, and post and lintel mantles with tapered pilasters and a variety of scalloped friezes. These are some interior photos from the parlor and the living room, and those are looking north, as well as the stair hall. And these photos show the first floor bedrooms looking south towards their fireplaces. The nomination includes 2 local examples of rural T-plan houses for comparison, indicating that many rural farmhouses identified in the 1977 Iredell County survey have since been modified, abandoned, or demolished. The first residence is the Atkins Meyer farmhouse. It was moved to this location in 1964 from its original location and has had many recent changes to the interior and exterior. The house at 1135 Elmwood Road in nearby Elmwood is the most similar, with bracketed and chamfered porch posts on plinths. However, according to the nomination, recent changes include a replacement asphalt shingle roof, vinyl siding, and replacement windows. Therefore, the Ramsey house stands out locally as an excellent example of a rural T-plan farmhouse. The nomination also supports the architectural significance of the Corn Crib and Granary and the Meat House. Both are built in the vernacular tradition of Piedmont farm buildings, utilizing readily available materials and basic framing techniques. Both have wood siding, board and batten doors, and metal roofs. Each exhibit features related to their respective uses. With the Corn Crib and Granary, the Corn Crib portion of the facade and its south elevation features slatted boards that provide ventilation for stored corn. The granary portion retains wooden storage bins and fully sided walls that protected stored grain from rodents and insects. Its character-defining features are still visible despite later shed roof storage additions in 1935 and 1963, as well as a circa 1963 open shed at the rear, which you can see here in this bottom photo. The Meat House features solid walls, wood floor, and wood pegs for hanging curing meat. Here are some corn cribs, granaries, and meat houses from other local farms identified in the nomination text. In comparison, the outbuildings on the Ramsey farm remain good examples of their respective building types. The boundary for this nomination includes 2 residual parcels west of I-77, including 3 buildings and the farm lane stretching to the north. In sum, the Ramsey farm house and outbuildings are being nominated under criterion C, locally significant for architecture with a period of significance of circa 1883 and circa 1930. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to ask or to answer.
I have a question. For the National Register, does the property have to be contiguous? You said that the fact that the highway divided the farm is the reason that you only nominated one part of it and left the other part off.
Right. So properties generally are contiguous, but we have had some instances we've had discontiguous districts. In the case of this, the division that occurred because of the I-77 corridor, that was a non-historic change. And so because of that, to my understanding, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, it could not be included as a discontiguous district because it wasn't historically separated in that way.
I don't think that's what the guidelines say, because I went back and checked, and it says specifically if highway construction separates it, and if the separated portion has a significance integrity on its own, then that can be a discontiguous. But that's why I had that same question. I didn't think there's enough detail to know what survived on the other side was enough to be significant and or had enough integrity. Sounds like there may be some later buildings that may cause that issue, but that might be worth looking at. You know, just the detail exactly why the other side doesn't match beyond just the highway that came through later and blitzed through it.
They'll make note of that. Thank you.
Yeah, in conversations with the Park Service, the emphasis on attempting to do something discontiguous is that historically it always must have been discontiguous. From what they're telling. So for example, if you had historic congregation in a rural area, and they've always used a certain grove for burial that's been far away from the location of the church. They may not be contiguous, but they still may be nominated. If there's recent development that separates something that's going to impact, the integrity, and so the highway split it in half. So it was vetted through initially the environmental review process many years ago, and identified that this portion over on the west side was potentially eligible, but not able to include stuff that was split off. And if I'm remembering correctly from the study list phase, I think we might have lost a building over there as well, or a barn. But it's been considered in this formula for many years without the portion to the east. And I'm quite sure, given my daily contact with the Park Service, they would agree.
Further questions on the Ramsey Farm?
Any other comments or questions or concerns? Okay. Thank you, Hannah. And we're going to take the one last nomination in this section. And then after that, we'll take a 5-minute break if that's okay with everyone, which I'm sure it should be.
All right, so that's me. Sorry. All right, so let me pull this up real quick. I do want to start out by recognizing Claudia Brown. She reviewed
Did we
this
vote?
nomination.
Did we vote approval on those 2 properties?
No, we're going to do the whole region. So this is in that section.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So this is our last property for the Central and Southeast region. Claudia Brown reviewed this and worked with the preparer, who was not a professional consultant, but an organization that was had taken ownership. She also created this PowerPoint, and I want to thank her for that. And I get to give this today, and I'll try to answer questions if you have them. Let me go ahead and start it up. Can you see the PowerPoint screen?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Jeter and Ethel Neville had this house built for themselves about the time of their 1944 purchase of the lot on which it is located. Jeter Neville was a janitor at Northside Elementary School, and his wife, Ethel, was a homemaker. They raised 5 children here and remained in the house until their deaths. Jeter in 1960 and Ethel in 2013. The house stayed in the Neville family until 2018, when Self-Help Ventures Fund purchased the property as part of their local land bank initiative. The fund submitted a study list application that your committee approved in February 2019, and their staff prepared the nomination you are considering today. The Neville House is situated in the Lloyd Broad Street neighborhood, which historically was considered the Carrboro side of Greater North Side, the historically African-American area that spans the municipal border separating the towns of Carrboro to the west and Chapel Hill to the east. The Lloyd Broad area was largely developed by Herbert Lloyd, whose uncle Thomas Lloyd built Carrboro's 2 textile mills in 1898 and 1910. These aerial views show the small residential lot that has been nominated, with the house as well as a storage shed and a fence along the north property line, both non-contributing due to their 1970s construction dates. And you can see there's a driveway off Broad Street where a car parked. It's between the fence and the shed. The projection off the back of the house is a porch. It has been enclosed. Here you can see the front of the house with mature landscaping. Now we'll go around the house to the right, counterclockwise, seeing first the west side of the house along Broad Street and the north elevation with the enclosed rear porch, the only substantive alteration to the house. Here is the west side of the house, which is very close to the side property line marked by vegetation, thus it's a bit difficult to photograph. The image to the right is the non-contributing storage shed. As one might guess, just from looking at the house, it is architecturally significant for its stone masonry with brick trim. A very strong oral tradition attributes construction of the house to prolific African-American mason John Wesley Campbell, who erected many buildings and structures throughout the greater Chapel Hill, Carborough area. Much of his work was in brick, but this and 3 other houses, as well as a Chapel Hill Community Center, are his 5 documented buildings in stone, which is a granite fieldstone. According to Handy Campbell, one of John Wesley Campbell's sons, the fieldstones were hauled on an army truck from nearby Chatham County. Design of the house also is attributed to John Wesley Campbell, although it's not known if the design originated with him or if he adapted a published design or the design of another area house with which he was familiar. The Neville House is constructed of solid masonry at the first story. As expected, the main facade displays the most architectural interest, with a slightly projecting gabled wing to the left, and to the right, an arcaded porch and stucco dormer above. In the front wing, you see a triangular stone outlined in brick as a keystone, which also appears at a few other windows. Just to the right of the keystone is a 5-pointed star of 5 small stones, and on the right side of the window is a large stone in the shape of a crescent moon, both identified by Campbell's descendants as his signatures. To the right of the porch, with the large piers and arches outlined in brick, is the porch, with the piers and arches outlined in brick. In the dormer gable above, you can see what appears to be small pieces of brick added to the stucco for texture, and intact bricks embedded flat in the stucco in the shape of a cross. Here. Except for the decorative stone mantelpiece in the living room, the interior is, whether plain, the wood veneer paneling has been added to the fireplace wall. And one of the downstairs bedrooms, where a half bath was also inserted. But otherwise, the interior is intact. It is a little bit neglected because for 8 years it sat unoccupied and recently, unfortunately, experienced some vandalism. But they are trying to bring it back. To the left are 2 more views of the first floor, and to the right are 2 views of the upper half story. John Wesley Campbell's training as a mason continued a tradition established locally among enslaved people during the antebellum period. Campbell and his sons and others whom he trained, including one of Jeter and Ethel Neville's sons, are among the numerous African-American masons responsible for the construction of buildings and structures throughout the greater Chapel Hill, Carrboro area. Campbell's work bears witness to this tradition, passed down from the African-American masons who labored to create the buildings, stone walls, and brick pathways in the towns of Chapel Hill and Carrboro. As noted earlier, the Neville House is one of 4 fieldstone dwellings built in the Northside neighborhood by Campbell in the 1940s, along with the Hargraves Community Center. The house at 201 Broad Street in Carrboro, directly behind the Neville House, is the most similar in its masonry, but appears to lack identifiable symbols other than the keystones, and its porch has been somewhat altered. Also, its form is a little bit simpler, more akin to the 2 Chapel Hill houses, which have plainer masonry and stylistically are more like minimal traditional houses than craftsman bungalows. In its masonry, Hargraves Community Center resembles the 2 houses on Graham Street, and it has a large modern addition on the rear. The Neville House is the least altered and perhaps the most stylistically distinctive of these buildings in its fieldstone exterior, incorporating signature symbols, a star and crescent moon, and naturally shaped stones placed as keystones. The Jeter and Ethel Neville House is locally significant under Criterion C in the areas of architecture and Black ethnic heritage, and its period of significance is circa 1944, the date of construction. I can take any questions you may have. I'm trying to answer.
Dr. Johnson here. Thank you for the presentation, Jen. Are there any comments or questions or any concerns?
I have one question about do not all the nominations not include archaeological statement now? For several, this one and a couple others didn't seem to include that. I don't know if there's different forms, don't have an OMAC to put in there or something else. I didn't see a statement on this one for some reason.
Okay. It should. I know that we gave OSA several nominations sort of near the same time period, and they were trying to quickly fold that into their schedule to get that comment back. And it's possible in the rush that we may have forgotten to copy this one over, or they may have said it did not warrant a statement. And so I will have to look that up in our database to see.
I just didn't see it. I might have missed it myself.
No, it's good. We'll double check.
Pop up because I realized some did, and a couple others later too didn't seem to have it either. So I didn't know it was just different forms.
Sometimes Mary Beth, Dr. Mary Beth Fitz will look at it and then say that they do not recommend a statement of archaeological potential. They give that feedback to us and we'll log that in. And then when they do come back with a recommended statement and send that to us, we usually will take what she said and copy and paste it into the nomination.
Given that this is archaeological, I mean, it's an architectural, just because of the building that I would have thought there'd been some archaeological potential in the building trenches around the building even, you know, that should be considered if anything's going to be done to it.
Yeah, we'll double check on that. Certainly.
And I just looked in our database and it looks like Dr. Mary Beth Fitz did not recommend an archaeological statement for this particular property.
Thanks for checking the database, Hannah.
Dr. Denard, you had a question or concern?
No.
Just asking because you unmuted, so I wanted to make sure.
Yes. Okay.
I do.
Patrick, one quick comment. I don't have a comment on the substance of it. I just want to thank you for pointing out, Jen, those architectural details with the 5-pointed star and the crescent moon. I would not have caught that, and I'm particularly grateful that you did. And that's really impressive that builder did that. So I just want to make that comment.
Thank you. And the author, the owner of the building, and the family who descended from the builder, as well as Claudia who reviewed it, would work together to be sure that was all shared with everyone. So I can't take any credit. I just read the presentation, but it is incredibly fascinating.
And I do think that we haven't, at least in my experience on the registry committee, often had residential homes attributed to African American or Black families. They don't come up very often. And so I'm glad that the detail and attention was paid to this. And that whole story of the Masons in the Chapel Hill area is one that I know they've been in the folklore department at UNC Chapel Hill, have acquired quite a bit of firsthand oral history. And so to see some of this appear outside of the boundaries of UNC Chapel Hill is very, I'm very pleased to see this nomination come forward with that.
Do you think there's likely to be more based on this builder and the significance?
There may be, and the nomination for this came to us from the property owners who were interested in pursuing it. So sometimes it depends on who owns it as well.
Well, I would have thought there might have been a broader district, as well, but how they are doing.
And this is Beth. I did the field work for this maybe 3 years ago, so it has been a little while. But when I met with the property owners, we did talk about the possibility of a district in this area. But some of you are probably familiar. It's fairly close to the UNC campus, and it's become a very desirable property in order to rent to students. And so there's been a lot of tear downs in the neighborhood to put up, fairly ephemeral housing for students. And then many other buildings have been highly altered with vinyl and new windows and split into multiple apartments. So the neighborhood itself the historic integrity of the neighborhood has not benefited from its proximity to UNC, but there were these four clearly all of the same, if not same builder, same building tradition, and we do believe same builder, that are nestled in amongst other houses that do not retain a lot of historic integrity. So it appeared to be the best course of action to look at these masonry buildings apart from the buildings that were around them in the neighborhood.
Do you think that those as a group, though, would make a strong case based on the, some
So of the four, two of them were owned by people who would have been interested in the National Register, and two were owned by people who, at least at the time, were not interested in the National Register. And maybe, with the passage of time, when they see that nothing bad happens to the Jeter and Ethel Neville house as a result of being listed, maybe they might change their opinion. But at least in 2018, I think, when I made the site visit in Orange County, half the property owners were not interested.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, I would like to, Beth, you have something else to say?
No, Dr. Johnson, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I see the green box. Come on.
This is Matt Jorgensen. I was going to ask a question and actually take it back to the Ramsey farm. There was a little discussion in the chat about David Bergstone's comment about the interstate separating the eastern part and why wasn't it included? And it seems to me, and this is more of a question for me maybe than anything else, but it seems like what was brought up, the National Register Bulletin on Boundary discussed boundaries for districts And so I'm curious, does that also apply to individual properties like we have here? Or is it a confusion that you can have discontiguous districts, but not individual properties?
So I know recently we study listed an individual property that had discontiguous boundaries. So I don't believe it's solely this reserved for districts. And I'm just catching up on what was discussed in the chat. I did not see that earlier.
Yeah, I think the issue is simply document that other side maybe a little bit better would help to say there's not enough integrity or significance to that part that got cut off. It seems like it just simply said because it's a highway, we can't do much with it. And I'm not sure if it has enough integrity or significance, it couldn't be to have that historic, property more fully covered.
This is
in the
Ramona.
nomination.
If I could offer too, oftentimes we look at these farmsteads, we can sort of telescope in on the building and the outbuildings that are really close by versus the farm with all of the fields and so forth. And so what I'd be a little concerned about to try to pull in this eastern side is if we're trying to look at field patterns and such as that. I don't know how much of the road took out some of that versus now we just have one scattered building left over there and a very abbreviated agricultural field. I suspect that might be what happened here.
Right. It seems like there's 18 acres or something on the other side, but there's also, looks like there's modern development butting up right to it too, which would also, affect that integrity. So I just think it may need a little bit clearer discussion about exactly beyond just the road going through and why those buildings wouldn't be enough by themselves or land use patterns still evident or not.
Thank you. That addressed my question.
Dr. Johnson here. I appreciate this conversation too, because more and more we're going to encounter this kind of split or what development is doing, as our as growth occurs, and that we need to be prepared to address what is integrity need in the context of this constantly changing environment. And so I appreciate y'all's raising this issue, and I would say that probably staff keep an eye out on these particular concerns and be prepared for the questions that we will be asking. So
this goes back to the previous nomination too about the house. If there's other similar houses, if we can't connect them in a overall district, pushing that sort of edge about these are significant buildings, even though they're not within unified district anymore, but they're still all significant, probably should be treated as a group to get them designated and recognized and give them manager tax credits.
I think it'll take a little persuasion for our other couple of property owners, but I think that your point is well taken. And I would agree too. We could. Yeah. So I would like for us to be able to come to, I'm calling for the vote. And so I need some motion or a motion.
I move to approve all the region's nominations, the three of them. Central and Southeast region. Four, yeah.
I will second the motion, Matt Jorgensen.
So the motion has been made by David Bergstone and seconded by Matt Jorgensen to approve the Central and Southeastern region, region nominations. And we'll start with the roll call vote. Mary Lynn Bryan,
Approve.
David Bergstone,
I made the motion to approve.
yes. Matt Jorgensen,
My second counts as a yay vote.
yes. Sean Patch,
I vote yes.
Dr. Denard, Dr. Denard, you with us to vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Josie Ward,
Yes, as well.
Barbara Snowden,
Yes.
okay, and Valerie Ann Johnson, I vote yes. So this set of nominations is approved, and thank you. And now I'd like to take a 5-minute break. It's 11:47, so please come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Per our agenda, we have the Western region, and here comes our other committee members, so we are set to go.
Matt, are we back live?
Okay, thank you, everyone. Can everyone see the PowerPoint screen again?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I am going to start us off in the Western region. First up, we have the Downtown Sparta Historic District. You may remember Annie McDonald presented this for study list at your October 2019 NRAC meeting. The district is located at US 21 and NC 18 in the Allegheny County seat of Sparta. The Downtown Sparta Historic District includes 25 historic commercial and governmental buildings centered around the intersection of Main and Whitehead Streets. The district is nominated under criterion A and C, significant at the local level, in the areas of commerce, politics, government, social history, and architecture. The district's period of significance is circa 1928 to 1972. Allegheny County formed in 1859, and the location for the county seat was selected and incorporated in 1879 as Sparta. The railroad didn't cross Allegheny County terrain, although it reached other parts of North Carolina's mountains. So Sparta remained fairly isolated until development of modern transportation in the 20th century. The county's economy relied mainly on agriculture. As the county's only town, Sparta was a very important local commercial and governmental center. In the late 19th to early 20th century, Sparta experienced commercial growth and supplanted many isolated rural crossroads stores as the place farmers and their families traveled to shop, trade, and socialize. However, as is not uncommon in our early, more isolated commercial centers, fire took some of Sparta's downtown buildings. First in March 1927, and notably in the Great Fire of January 1933. This and other factors made the 1930s and 1940s a period of major growth in the downtown Sparta district. Most of the commercial buildings display distinctive characteristics of the standard commercial style of their time period. 1 to 2 story brick facades, recessed entrances, large plate glass display windows on brick bulkheads, and windows capped by storefront transoms. A simple brick panel is often found on the upper facade, and plain parapets feature terracotta coping. The earliest remaining buildings in the downtown district are the circa 1928 Belk Building and B&T Jug Company at 3 to 7 North Main, shown at left. The circa 1929 Bank of Sparta at 4 to 6 South Main, bottom right. And the circa 1928 Farmers Hardware at 11 South Main. Farmers Hardware was updated around 1940 and 1950 during the period of significance. This building housed a Ford dealer in the late 20s. Here is the Whitehead Street elevation of the Farmers Building, down at the bottom. You can see how the terrain in Sparta creates a grade that drops down on the side street. Several factors promoted a strong period of growth in Sparta in the 30s and 40s, including rebuilding after the 1933 Sparta fire, electrification, which became dependable here in 1931, an increased use of automobiles, and job creation and tourism generated by federal Depression-era recovery programs, particularly construction of the Blue Ridge Parkway. The focal point of the district is the monumental classical revival style 1933 Allegheny County Courthouse, designed by one of Greensboro's leading architects, Harry Barton. Barton is known for designing classically inspired courthouses and municipal buildings in North Carolina from the 1910s to 1930s. This 2-story 8-shaped classical revival courthouse with Tuscan Doric portico was itself added to the National Register in 1979. This is the 4th courthouse in Sparta. The use of locally available stone for bridges, retaining walls, and other features for the Blue Ridge Parkway likely influenced use of stone for local building at the time. At the south end of the historic district, stone elevations distinguish 3 buildings from the brick facades of the other buildings. Smithy's store at 39 South Main Street, the Bledsoe Commercial Building at 58 South Main Street, and the Bledsoe Ford Company at 60 South Main Street were all built in the mid to late 1930s. Local stonemasons Walter and Paul Andrus laid the river rocks for the Bledsoe buildings. The WPA, in cooperation with county government, built the 2-story stone colonial revival style Allegheny County Community Building at 85 East Whitehead in 1940. We see a variety of brick commercial buildings during Sparta's 30s and 40s boom. One of the more stylized examples is the Spartan Theater, constructed from 1934 to 35 at 27 North Main. It achieves distinction through its high center parapet, tall round arch, and other details executed in yellow brick that contrasts with the overall red brick. Here are some more typical 1930s commercial buildings at 1517 and 21 North Main Street. You can see a detail of the 2-story building's transom above the storefront windows underneath the awning here at the lower right. One of the smallest brick buildings is the 1933 Rufus A. Dalton Law Office at 30 North Main. It has unusual placement attached to 36 North Main, but set back from the sidewalk and facing the north side of the courthouse with a 2-bay front porch. Here are some 1940s buildings at 36 North Main Street, bottom left, 20 South Main Street, top left, and 28 and 32 West Whitehead Street to the right. The 1946 Choate Motor Company building introduces progressive design to the historic district in its distinctive angled modernist facade with multicolored panels. Moving into the 50s, at 38 East Whitehead Street, the facade of the 1953 Dr. P. L. Choate building is laid in an overall diamond-shaped pattern with other decorative brick treatment not seen elsewhere in the district. Long, narrow Roman bricks are beneath the windowsills. The Winston-Salem Masonry Construction Company completed the brickwork. Dr. Choate donated the building for the motor shop here. And the commercial building shown here exhibits a later version of the standard commercial style with its mid-50s remodeled storefront, composed of aluminum framed plate glass doors and windows. 9 North Main and 48 North Main are non-contributing due to changes in covering of historic fabric. The author provides boundary justification as follows, and I'll try to point some of this out on the aerial map. Beyond 48 North Main, up in this area, there is a parking lot and later commercial buildings of a different type from those in the district, forming a break in the continuity of the district's historic buildings. Beyond South Main, down here, there are vacant lots, modern freestanding commercial buildings, and a scattering of older houses. East of the district are freestanding and spaced out modern commercial buildings, the county sheriff's office and jail, open land, and houses. West of the district, we have parking lots, vacant land, more recent freestanding commercial buildings, and houses. In sum, the downtown Sparta Historic District is nominated under criterion A and C with a period of significance from circa 1928 to 1972. It includes 25 historic resources, 23 of which are contributing to the district. And I can take any questions if you have them.
I had one question about a description about the town of Sparta when it was laid out, how big it was. They said it was 1 mile each direction, but it was only 2 square miles somehow instead of 4. If that's if something was miscalculated or not described correctly. From section 8, page 40.
Okay, section 8, page 4.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Miles. It says 2 square miles, but it says it's 1 mile each way, which whether it's a circle or a square should be closer to 4 square miles. Just the math issue.
Okay, thank you. We'll check that out before it goes to the Park Service. Thank you.
Other questions or concerns? Okay. Hannah?
Okay, let me pull up my screen here. All right, can y'all see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I have the two final nominations from the Western region. The first is the Edwin Cochran Guy House, located in the Avery County seat of Newland. The Edwin Cochran Guy House is being nominated at the local level under Criterion B in the areas of commerce and community planning and development for its association with Edwin Cochran Guy, a Newland banker who was engaged in mining, timber, and railway ventures throughout Avery County. He was also instrumental in infrastructure planning, bringing water and power to Newland and surrounding communities. It's also locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an outstanding example of the craftsman style in Newland and Avery County. The period of significance corresponds to the year when the house was likely completed in 1916 through the year of Guy's death in 1955. Avery County was formed in 1911, and the town of Newland became the county seat shortly thereafter. To the west of downtown Newland is the Edwin Cochran Guy House, shown here by the red star. Born in Stanton, Virginia in 1884, Guy moved with his family to Western North Carolina as a teenager, working various banking jobs, and moved to Newland by 1913. According to the nomination, Guy's influence on the commercial development of Newland in the first half of the 20th century is unrivaled. In 1913, he was the cashier of the newly chartered Avery County Bank, which was the principal lending authority for Newland and Avery County property owners for decades. Guy later was the president and chairman of the board of directors for the bank, roles he would serve until his death in 1955. Guy invested locally in mining and timber industries, as well as railroad construction, and played a critical role in the development and infrastructure planning in Newland. He created Newland's first waterworks system via a large spring on his property in Spanish Oaks Mountain, which is located right here. And here you can see Newland. And its first power company chartered as the Newland Light and Power Company in 1920. Guy also played a role in extending power lines from Newland to nearby Montezuma and Linville, providing electricity to those communities for the first time. In addition to his business pursuits, Guy was heavily engaged in local civic and benevolent organizations. While there were other early community and business leaders in Newland, no other figure had the transformative and lasting effect on Newland and Avery County's commerce and community development that Guy did. The Avery County Bank building, shown here, is the only other resource beside his home remaining in Newland with a direct association to Guy. Before the house was constructed, he lived in an apartment on the second floor of this building. However, it has all been dramatically altered from its original appearance, so the Guy House is the remaining property most closely associated with his productive life. This is the main block of the house, which was built in 1916 for Guy and his family. And then here you can see an addition was made to the rear in the mid-1930s. The house features many of the common elements of craftsman-style bungalows, including square porch supports on low masonry piers, gabled dormers, windows with multi-pane upper sashes over single light lower sashes, deep overhanging eaves, and weatherboard siding. The dwelling retains a remarkably high degree of exterior integrity. Though large in comparison to the overall footprint of the building, the mid-1930s addition in the foreground of this picture is not particularly impactful on its character. Here's another view of that mid-1930s addition. And although a wheelchair ramp was added in the past 30 years, it has little visual impact as well. On the interior, the plan is oriented around a double-loaded corridor with the parlor and dining rooms at the front of the house. There's the kitchen and the sitting room, several bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. And here are the stairs to the second story and the upstairs bedrooms. The nominated property contains 3 additional resources: a contributing barn, a contributing outdoor fireplace, and a non-contributing shed that was once part of a larger garage and no longer retains the necessary integrity. In comparison to other properties shown here, identified locally from the same period with craftsman style features or bungalow forms, the Guy House stands out in terms of its architectural integrity and sophistication. The nominated property consists of approximately 3.63 acres, conforming to the dimensions of the original parcel deeded to Edwin Cochran Guy, and includes all extant resources historically associated with the property. In sum, the Edwin Cochran Guy House is locally significant under Criterion B in the areas of commerce and community planning and development, and Criterion C in the area of architecture, with a period of significance from 1916 through 1955. Any questions about the Edwin Cochran Guy House at this point?
I do think there's a typo on section 7, page 6, because it says that the fireplace is non-contributing at that point, even though it's contributing all the other notations in the document.
Thank you for that note. We'll be sure to check that. Any other questions or comments? I will move on to our last National Register property, the High Top Colony Historic District. Located in eastern Buncombe County, indicated here by the red star, the district sits just south of the town of Black Mountain and to the east of the Blue Ridge Assembly Historic District, whose history is closely intertwined with the colony. The High Top Colony Historic District is being nominated at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of social history and entertainment recreation, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance spans from 1919 to 1954, beginning with the establishment of the colony, including the time the most concentrated development, and ending with the establishment of electrical and water systems in the district. According to the nomination, the High Top Colony is significant under Criterion A for its association with early 20th century religious retreat, summer resort, and social justice movements in Western North Carolina. High Top Colony developed as an extension of the YMCA Blue Ridge Assembly, listed in the National Register in 1979. Blue Ridge Assembly was established in 1912 to serve the Southeastern United States as a student conference and religious education center, offering summer retreats on its campus. In 1919, YMCA Secretary Roy John purchased the land on High Top Mountain, and his property is shown here in the red circle, near the Blue Ridge Assembly, which is indicated here in blue, and established High Top Colony as the summer religious retreat for leaders and secretaries associated with the Blue Ridge Assembly. Again, we have High Top Colony here in red and Blue Ridge Assembly Historic District here in blue. Cottage construction began in 1919, with the greatest concentration built by 1949, although it was not officially platted until 1958, and this is the plat here. Beyond High Top Colony's connection to the Blue Ridge Assembly and its programs, the summer resort community was part of the tourist industry in Western North Carolina, with visitors drawn to the area by the cool summer climate and woodland environment. And as such, it's significant in the area of entertainment and recreation. At the time High Top Colony was founded, the YMCA and Blue Ridge Assembly stood at the forefront of early social change regarding their philosophies of racial justice and equity. Willis Duke Weatherford, who founded Blue Ridge Assembly, was an early proponent of these movements and organized the Commission on Interracial Cooperation. This interest in racial equity and social justice advocacy was shared by many at the Blue Ridge Assembly, and several people who built their homes at High Top Colony stand out for their contributions to these movements, including William Alexander, John Berthold, and Howard Kester. Kester was a particularly interesting figure as a preacher, educator, and activist. Kester's notable contributions to these movements include investigating lynchings for the NAACP and the ACLU, helping organize the Fellowship of Southern Churchmen and the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, and writing Revolt Among the Sharecroppers in 1936, where he discussed the struggles of many of the South's rural poor. Advocacy efforts of Kester and other High Top Colony property owners are elaborated on in the nomination, supporting the district's social history significance. High Top Colony is also significant under criterion C as a collection of popular architectural styles found in summer resort communities. Cottages are of frame construction with building materials such as stone, weatherboard, bark, or shingle siding, and many have porches with rustic detailing, including the use of tree trunk posts and rhododendron branch railings. Within the boundaries of the historic district is a collection of primarily rustic revival style cottages, craftsman style cottages in the bungalow form, as well as one example of a ranch house. The district has 14 contributing primary resources. Those are indicated in green. This includes 12 cottages, one contributing structure, a water tank reservoir, which is shown in that left photo, and one contributing site, Roy John Park. There are 7 non-contributing primary resources shown in red, 6 of which were constructed after the period of significance between 1974 and 2020, and one highly altered building from the period at 159 High Top Colony Road, which is shown here in this top left photo. Overall, the district has a high degree of integrity. The community retains a woodland setting that minimally impacts the environment, including small cottages set back from the road, utilization of materials often available on site, and gravel roadways, all of which create a small footprint within the natural landscape. Most cottages have undergone minimal changes, and new homes in the district are compatible with older cottages in terms of setting, massing, and materials. The nominated boundary follows the lot lines of the 1958 High Top Colony plat, except for at the north end, where it includes recent additions to lots on the north side and a house at 125 High Top Colony Road, which is located here, and it historically belonged to the caretakers of the colony. The High Top Colony Historic District is being nominated for its significance at the local level under criterion A in the areas of social history and entertainment and recreation, and criterion C in the area of architecture, and its period of significance spans 1919 to 1954. And additionally, it should be noted that we have received CLG comment from the Historic Resources Commission of Asheville and Buncombe County, and they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing. Any questions about High Top Colony?
Anna, why did you decide to include those last lots on the edge? They're not contributing. Look like there's some of the later ones, I think, right? And that's where the southern few lots. 25,
Yeah, so
25.
So my understanding, and unfortunately, I did not review this nomination. Annie McDonald did previous to leaving, but my understanding is the boundary was drawn to encompass as much as possible the original plat, and so no properties were left out of the plat, and there were only areas that were drawn in beyond the plat.
Okay. It seems like those 225, 221, 215, that's our question why those were included versus just, cutting the boundary back slightly. Unless you're trying to do the whole plat. I mean, that there's no significance to them. I don't know.
That's my
Also, there's
understanding.
repeated text in a couple of spots. I'll send you the locations. Same sentence gets repeated about 3 times. I don't know why I noticed, but I'll send that where those are.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on the Western Region nominations.
I move approval of the 3 properties. Denard.
And I'll
Mary
second.
Lynn Bryan, a second.
Kind of heard you both, so I will, Dr. Denard moved and it was seconded by, I heard Mary Lynn Bryan. Thank you. And now again, call for the vote. Do the roll call. Mary Lynn Bryan,
Yes.
Dr. Denard,
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen,
Yes.
Sean Patch,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Josie Ward,
Yes.
Barbara Snowden, and Valerie Ann Johnson, yes. So approved. Thank you all. Thanks again for the questions and corrections. And again, as it was said a little bit earlier, if you see questions or if you make note of errors, they can be emailed to the staff unless it is such that it needs to come before our full body, but we appreciate the edits, editorial comments going straight to staff. Thank you.
One last question, Madam Chair, and maybe Bartos can answer that or someone else, but it's just for my understanding. What is our record of approval, given all the submissions that we make? Are they all accepted? 98% of them, 75%, or what?
Dr. Denard, I'll take a shot at that, and Sarah Woodard might also have something to contribute. When you mean accepted, do you mean ultimately listed by the keeper of the National Register?
Right, correct.
I think we're well in the 90%. Sarah, am I correct about that? I want to say we're like 95% as far as, and again, that's kind of the universal time period that we're thinking about. Sarah?
I would guess that's probably about right. Most things we send forward get approved. Jen probably has better. Jen, do you have any firmer numbers on that?
I agree with what Ramona is saying. I don't have an actual statistic. I'd say it's fairly rare that we would get an actual like return for substantive issues from the Park Service. Maybe one a year or two. And if that happens, a lot of times they outline a path forward, how it could be tweaked, and someone will do that, and then it'll come back and be listed fairly soon after. Once in a while, there may be it would be too burdensome a path and not be pursued. But I agree with Ramona in the high 90s.
If anything, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to ask or add briefly, Dr. Denard in our last meeting had asked for an estimate of kind of how many things that we study list move forward to the National Register. And Beth King gave me an estimate of somewhere between 33 and 40% of our study listed resources go on to the National Register. So that's separate, but this question made me think of that.
I hope that answers your question, Dr. Denard. We'll be glad to do some more digging in our statistical and do a little statistical analysis like that. If
Yes,
you like.
I wanted to know how we're doing and, all of this work that goes into them, how many do we get back for rejection? Said we need to do some more work on this, or if some are just totally rejected,
Generally not in our state. There are some states that will just send anything and everything forward to the keeper and let the keeper make the decision, which can be frustrating to constituents because they've gone to expense, et cetera, and then they don't get a successful outcome. So we really want to see all of our constituents get a successful outcome. And I think so far we've done a pretty good job with that.
And Dr. Johnson here, I think if anything, the area, because of the rigor of the process when it comes out of the study list, looking at, a 33 to 40% of what's on the study list goes forward, it means that staff is approving at a rate that is more likely to be to get through the National Park Service. One of the questions I have had from other constituents is that log jam that seems to be with the study list. So it's really just a fine line of being able to move it quickly enough through the study list process, which we would like and constituents like, but doing so that increases the likelihood that it would be approved, rather than, as Ramona says, throwing anything up against the wall and let's see what sticks. So I think that's kind of where we are. If we were to look at what would it take to get things out of study list faster, but we can't do haste we can't go so quickly that we interrupt the quality of what we are submitting.
And one just final observation on the study list, so as we're going to hear this afternoon, some of our study list properties are coming out of surveys, which means that there's not necessarily an owner advocate or a community advocate who are on standby to move something forward, but it helps us put a flag on that property as being something we need to be considering for all kinds of reasons, environmental review and so forth, but also that they're worthy of further investigation and hopefully to do that. But I would say a lot of the ones we see come forward from study lists, somebody's already interested. So I don't know if that helps a little bit too, Sarah, if you want to speak to that maybe.
Yeah, so things moving from study list to National Register really depends on owner interest, because things get on the study list in a number of different ways that may or may not be instigated or put forward by the owner or by a developer or something. And then I would just add that Jen and Hannah and all of our National Register reviewers really put in a lot of time working with consultants to get the nomination in really good, approvable shape, before it even gets to you all and then to the Park Service. And then all of our staff interacts a lot with the public, and we do a lot of talking with the public about, is the National Register the right recognition program for your resource? So a lot of things, I don't want to say weeded out, but a lot of resources get redirected into some other recognition program that might be a better fit.
Okay.
To build on what Sarah said about that, an example might be somebody who was under the misconception that the National Register might prevent harm or demolition, and through conversations and connecting them with local planners and local designation experts, they may decide that they want to do something that has more teeth than the National Register. So we want to ask the people what their goal is and what their ultimate outcome they want to see is for the property to choose a good path.
And I just noticed something today with the Elizabeth City Historic District, that first district plan was submitted in 1977. And it's been adjusted with the plan we approved today. Okay. So does that happen regularly?
Yes, and Jen can probably speak to this also in more detail if you want more detail on it. But we very often, if you look back at our agenda, we almost always, I think, have at least one boundary adjustment. But that's very, very common. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm just in a learning mode here. I just wanted to get as much information as possible.
Absolutely, these are great questions, and especially with some new faces in the committee.
Dr. Dennard, we've been at this for about 50 years, as you know, as far as our office's existence. So some of those earlier efforts, 50 years has passed, but there's still stuff that has been built in the interim that needed to be recognized or that has aged in. So a lot of, I think, that exercise is making sure we're capturing that moving movement in history.
Yeah. And I'm just awed by the folk who make these presentations. I mean, all the documentation there that they, put together and the effort in it. You must be really flabbergasted if someone should send something back and say, well, you didn't pay enough attention to this or to this, but what else is missing? Because you all seem to be so thorough as I read these presentations, The only thing I don't see, and I don't have any evidence of how thoroughly you are in contacting residents in particular communities, And I'm talking, Ms. Bartos, historically about something that has cropped up with the infield district. And I know the real participants that push these historic districts in a lot of instances are business interest-minded folk, and other folk may not be so interested. So the business-minded folk may talk to folk who have similar interests. And I may have lived in an area all of my life, but if I haven't come under the orbit, of this political interest, these business interests and all of that, they may not seek me out to say, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about this?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they may not have focus groups, working with them as they push these projects forward.
It totally depends on who is interested in moving something forward. But I think with districts in particular, we're trying to get as many people to weigh in and give us information, because it is about capturing the history and capturing the lives of the people who've lived there and worked there, as much as just, wow, nice architecture.
Dr. Johnson, and if I could just say here, I want to thank Dr. Dennard for pointing out, his comment about the presentations. I was telling Ramona, it's impressive work. So this is my first sitting through it. And so I want to just say thank you for making that point, Dr. Dennard.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And Dr. Johnson, I'd like to add that both Ramona and Sarah have convened a kind of ad hoc listening session committee with the African American Heritage Commission leadership to talk about this very issue and to see how we can best elicit that kind of connection with communities that may be overlooked or may not be, like you said, be a focus group constituent. And so there has been some recent thoughtfulness around that. And they've convened some meetings going forward with AAHC, and I also know they're thinking about our other groups of persons who would have interest depending on the geographical area. like our colleagues to the south of us in Columbus, the Lumbee community, and having these kinds of conversations with that Native American Heritage Commission. So things are moving and happening, and I wanted to put that into the record as well, that there are these conversations, and to thank Ramona and Sarah and then pulling in the rest of their team to talk about it.
Thank you.
So to keep
Madam Chair, I was going to say we have 19 properties on our study list today, which is a long list. Are we going to be breaking for lunch?
I would like to take it. Let me take the temperature of the room. How do you all feel? I know lunch, we could do a quick lunch for before we get to the survey project. I don't want to push us too far into the evening. Or we could have a kind of, you eat as you go off camera. You can go off camera for a minute and eat as long as you're not out of the session completely. What would you like to do? I'm tending toward having a short break, eat, and come back, but y'all have to really come back quickly if we were to do that. I'm looking at, we're almost at 1 o'clock.
Yes to a short break.
Short break, please. Short break.
I see nodding heads, and so going from the nodding heads, I think that we should take a short break, and I would say no more than, so right now it is 12:42. Is 1 o'clock or 1:05 better?
Say 1:05.
So you have to come back at 1:05.
Okay.
If so,
Come back at 1:05.
we will take a short break to return at 1:05 in order to eat lunch. Ramona, you had a comment?
I just wanted to suggest, don't sign off of Zoom, just mute yourself. We know the routine by now, but just mute yourself and take the video off. And what I think Matt's going to do is have a "we've gone to lunch" sign up, and then we'll start the meeting back again.
And did we actually vote on the Western nominations? I know we have a motion. Did I miss the vote?
I thought we did.
I believe it passed unanimously.
It passed unanimously, yeah.
Yes. I think Dr. Bryan and Ms. Ward were so excited they were trying to give a second at the same time.
Yes, I got the motion. But, okay, all right.
I remember that.
Yes. All right, so we are on break at lunch until 1:05. And don't sign out. Okay, we do have quorum, so we can get started.
Can I ask Barbara Snowden to mute herself? I think I'm getting a little feedback loop from that.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
It is me.
You're in two
I'm sorry,
places,
you're on
Barbara.
twice.
I'm on twice.
Yes.
All right, let me find the other one. I don't know how I got on twice, but we'll see that.
Thank you, Matt. We are back in session, and now we need to go through this, the study list. And ready to go.
All right, we're going to start with survey projects, and I think Beth is going to give us a little quick introduction to that.
Thanks, Sarah. Excuse me. Just wanted to remind everyone that it's pretty typical at our October meetings for us to have presentations from the certified local government projects that have been done for the federal fiscal year. And this year we had 3 survey projects that were requested and carried out with matching funds from our certified local governments. The first one we're going to hear about is a project that was done in Burlington. Jen Brose is really kindly going to sub in for our consultant, Heather Fernbach, to give us an update from the Forsyth County survey that's been going on in 3 phases. This is phase 3. And then we're going to hear from Jamie DeStefano, who worked in Waynesville this year. And this applies to all 3 of our survey projects this year. We're finding that as time goes on, we have less and less time once all the grant paperwork has been done and finalized to execute these survey projects. And so it's becoming increasingly rare for us to be able to go into even a small city or a mid-sized town and do a comprehensive survey of everything that's inside of those jurisdictional boundaries. But almost all of our survey projects now involve going in and identifying a project scope that's smaller than the territory that certified local government has in total under their jurisdiction. So I did just want to let you know at the top of all of these presentations that we were only able to survey a portion of Burlington, a portion of Forsyth County, and a portion of Waynesville through these projects. So what you're seeing is not a comprehensive inventory, but rather it's a focused area. In the case of Forsyth County, it's just the area that we've worked around to after several years of work. And in Burlington and Waynesville, it's an area where local staff saw planning and development needs that they wanted to support with our matching grant program. And Ramona, did you have something?
Yes, Beth, I just wanted to add for everybody's knowledge, there has been discussion with the National Park Service about allowing an additional year for the certified local government grant programs or projects, partly because of exactly what Beth had just described, so that we have adequate time and also to do the kind of community outreach that we really want to do. It takes time. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
All right, and that's all that I had to add. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Beth. So we'll start with Alamance and Ms. Lane.
Hello, all. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and hopefully this will all work on the very first try. And you can all see what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Yes.
So many historic properties in Burlington and Alamance County were first surveyed by Allison Harris Black in 1982, and that survey focused on buildings constructed prior to 1940 and resulted in the listing of the West Davis Street Fountain Place Historic District in the National Register and the publication of An Architectural History of Burlington, North Carolina in 1987. In 1991, Helen Walton undertook additional survey in the study area, documenting many of the more modest early 20th century houses that stand adjacent to the 1984 historic district, and proposed several boundary increases that were placed on the study list in 1992. The primary goal of this West Burlington Architectural Survey update was to update the documentation of buildings and neighborhoods in and around the West Davis Street Fountain Place National Register Historic District, which you can see outlined. It's a little bit hard to see in black here. The study area is roughly bounded by South Church Street, Tarleton Avenue, and West Webb Avenue. The 2021 survey updated the existing data for 137 resources within the existing National Register Historic District and 181 resources outside of the district, with a goal of reevaluating potential historic district expansion areas and identifying properties or districts that may be eligible for the National Register. An additional 105 resources were newly surveyed as part of the project, including 28 resources within the existing historic district that were never previously intensively surveyed, mostly because they were non-contributing buildings when that district was listed in the 80s. 74 resources are recommended for inclusion in historic district expansion areas, which you'll see later. And we also surveyed 1 school, 2 churches, and 2 early to mid 20th century neighborhoods within this small portion of West Burlington. As the textile industry brought newcomers to the growing city, the area west of the commercial core and south of the industrial complexes, specifically along West Davis Street and West Front Street, began to be developed for upper and middle class housing. As a result, the residential resources at the core of the study area are notable as a concentration of Burlington's earliest middle-class housing in the city, with the neighborhoods established by bankers, merchants, and professionals in the late 19th and early 20th century. Meanwhile, working-class neighborhoods formed in the northern and eastern areas of the town, as well as in the northern part of the study area adjacent to Plaid Mills. Concentrations of extant mill housing remain west of the mill along Plaid and Ava Streets and along West Webb Avenue. And the entire mill area is centered on a small commercial center. The success of the textile industry in Burlington brought more people to Burlington to live and work. The development of Fountain Place was initiated by developer Walter Sharp, who purchased several acres of former pasture and hired an engineer to lay out lots along a new road that he named Fountain Place, for a fountain installed near the middle. The streetscape was planted with sycamore trees and lighted with lampposts, and stone pillars and walls, marked the entrance to the new neighborhood from West Davis Street. Sharp also developed the Brookwood neighborhood, which extends along West Front Street, West Davis, Aycock Avenue, and Edgewood Avenues. That neighborhood features a curvilinear street pattern and planned green spaces, which is now the Burlington Arboretum. An expansion of Brookwood, known as the Trollinger section, was platted in 1937 and added 61 lots north of West Front Street. This section of the development followed the curvilinear street plan of the earlier section, though much of the neighborhood was not built until the 1950s or later. In the southwest section of the study area, Central Heights was laid out in 1925 with 2 concentric circular drives with cross streets extending north, east, and south. Green spaces at the east end of the development connect to the green spaces of the adjacent Brookwood development, collectively forming the modern-day Burlington Arboretum. Planned green space on the west end of the development was initially used as a golf course by the Piedmont Country Club. However, when the club relocated in the 40s, the land was developed. The 1984 West Davis Street Fountain Place Historic District makes up approximately 1/3 of the study area, and the nomination provides architectural context for residential and religious buildings constructed through about 1940. Styles covered in the nomination include the Queen Anne style and vernacular forms and details of the late 1800s, Colonial Revival, Georgian Revival, Neoclassical Revival, and Tudor Revival styles of the early 1900s, and the Craftsman and Period Revival styles of the 20s and 30s. Additionally, the nomination addresses the early 20th century Romanesque Revival, Neo-Gothic, Georgian Colonial, and other churches within the district boundary. So this architectural context picks up where that nomination left off. While many communities throughout the country experienced slow or stagnant building construction in the 1930s, Burlington's textile-based economy stabilized the local economy, and building construction continued throughout the decade, albeit with smaller scale houses that were generally constructed in the preceding decades. Approximately 140 buildings were documented in the study area from this period, most constructed in the Craftsman and Colonial Revival styles. In other instances, modest size houses were constructed utilizing a combination of Craftsman, Colonial, and even Tudor Revival details. With the advent of World War II, the demand for woven goods and fabrics fueled Burlington's economy. However, new housing construction slowed considerably until the close of the war, after which smaller houses with restrained ornament were constructed on vacant lots, both within Burlington's historic neighborhoods as well as on the fringes of the historic core. As was typical throughout the country, the traditional details of the period revival and minimal traditional style houses of the early 20th century generally gave way to ranch homes in the 1950s and 60s. The wide, low, one-story houses were best suited to new developments where they could spread out across multiple lots. However, the 1950 house at 1204 Edgewood takes a full advantage of the 1 1/4 acre lot on which it stands with a sprawling facade under a low-pitched roof. Ranch houses continued to be constructed in the study area through the early 1970s, though with colonial details rather than modernist ones. Despite the nationwide popularity of the ranch house, the colonial revival style remained popular in Burlington, especially for middle-class housing, through the late 20th century. However, the late 20th century examples were generally less ornate in their detailing, like the example on the bottom right. The formality of the colonial revival style was also well suited to religious buildings, several of which were constructed in the study area in the 1950s. While modern styles of architecture emerged as early as the 1920s, the Art Moderne and Modernist styles did not gain traction nationwide until the 1930s and 50s, respectively, with their use in small and mid-sized cities delayed even further. The 1951 Art Moderne style additions to the E.M. Plaid Holt Mills, generally characterized by smooth surfaces, curved corners, and horizontal emphasis, stand in contrast to the Romanesque and Italianate detailing of the turn of the 20th century portion of the mills. The Art Moderne style was also employed from the 1948 to 51 Walter Williams High School, its overall aesthetic indicating an efficient, state-of-the-art building for learning, while its scale and symmetrical facade with cast concrete detailing give the building a sense of formality and permanence. There are very few residential examples of modernism within the study area. However, 2 local churches constructed sanctuaries in the 1960s, both with modernist details. Since the 1982 and 1991 surveys, changes within the West Davis Street Fountain Place National Register Historic District have been minimal, due in part to its additional designation as a local historic district. Only 21 of the 137 previously surveyed properties exhibit clear visual alteration. And of these, the majority of alterations can be classified as material replacement of doors, windows, or siding, and did not substantially change the appearance of the building's streetscape or district. Additionally, the exteriors of 12 properties within the boundary appear to have been rehabilitated since 1982 and 1991. More alteration and demolition were found outside of the historic district. Of the 181 previously surveyed properties, 64 properties were classified as altered. While these alterations were again generally material alterations, including the replacement of doors, windows, siding, or porches, the properties were more likely to have multiple altered components than those properties within the historic district boundary, resulting in a cumulative loss of material and historic integrity. Additionally, it's important to note that the areas outside of the historic district boundary were not comprehensively surveyed, either in 1982, 1991, or as part of this survey. Rather, representative examples of building types were surveyed along with entire blocks surveyed as a single unit. Thus, the number of properties identified in this project that have been classified as altered or demolished is not indicative of the total number of affected properties in the study area, which is much higher. 6 properties within the West Davis Street Fountain Place National Register District and 10 properties outside of the district have been demolished since 1984 and 1991. These are located throughout the study area, though it's notable that 6 of them were demolished by religious institutions for expansion of their campuses. Additionally, there was a fire at a house on West Front Street that was severely damaged in August of this year after the survey was completed and the report was being prepared. So that property may also be demolished. In terms of study list recommendations, we have 3 recommendations for the National Register study list, and I'll go through those now. The Walter M. Williams High School appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for its educational and civil rights significance and under Criterion C for architecture. Constructed from 1947 to 1955, the school was built on the site of the former Piedmont Country Club. When the club closed in 1945, the south 42 acres were auctioned off from the estate of Ben V. May. Walter M. and Flonnie C. Williams purchased the land for the construction of a new high school, selling the land to the Board of Education in October of 1946 for $10. The school was designed by Durham-based architect R.R. Markley as a two-story with raised basement H-shaped building. Work began on the main school building and the auditorium in 1949, and the main school building was completed in mid-1951, in time for the 1951-52 school year. It features a wide center section with flanking angled east and west wings. The center portion of the facade projects slightly beneath a stepped parapet with decorative metal cornice above a wide concrete panel that reads Walter M. Williams High School. And a wide concrete stair flanked by a brick cheek wall leads to the Art Moderne style front entrance. At the intersection of the main block and the east and west wings are three-story rounded bays with glass block extending nearly the full height of the elevation, lighting stairwells on the interior. The interior of the building retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship, including double-loaded corridors with terrazzo floors, plaster walls, metal lockers inset into the walls, and solid wood doors with textured or frosted glass in the upper half. The front entrance and administrative wing retain marbled wainscot. Circular stairs retain original railings, and most bathrooms retain original tile floors and walls. Classrooms retain wood-framed bulletin and whiteboards, the latter having been installed over the previous blackboards. Finishes on the east and west elevations match those on the facade, and projecting entrance bays feature cast stone surrounds, paired windows, and cast concrete panels in the parapet that read administration on the east wing and physical education on the west wing. The rear of the building originally opened to a courtyard, which is now a paved parking area. It's less decorative than the facade and features none of the decorative cast stone detailing. It is notable that some of the windows on the building have been replaced with smaller windows to accommodate interior drop ceilings. However, some original windows remain and all of the original openings remain. The 1951 auditorium wing at the east end of the building, the first part of the building to be completed, is adjacent to the administration entrance. It's a massive two-story Art Moderne style wing with a 5-bay facade. A cast concrete sign in the step parapet reads auditorium. The side and rear elevations, separated into bays by projecting pilasters, are devoid of windows and have only paired exit doors. The interior of the auditorium is currently being renovated and has had the seating removed, but retains sloped concrete floors, plaster walls and ceilings, metal railings, and curtains at the stage and framing the balcony. Flanking the two-tiered stage are curved walls covered with wide wood lattice. And this is in the bottom right photo. It's a little hard to see because they didn't have, because they're replacing all the lighting, they didn't have light in the building when we were there. And behind those curved walls are the pipes from the original pipe organ, the organ unit itself having been replaced. With a 2,100 person seating capacity, including the interior balcony, it's the largest facility of its kind in Alamance County. And at the time of its construction, it ranked second in the state in seating capacity behind Raleigh's Memorial Auditorium. The lobby to the auditorium retains terrazzo floors and a terrazzo compass incorporated into the flooring. Large round columns with lit capitals support the balcony above, which is accessed by original wide stairs on each side of the lobby. A gymnasium wing, completed in 1955, is located at the northwest corner of the main building, adjacent to the physical education entrance. The facade on the south elevation matches the east facade of the auditorium with the word gymnasium found in the parapet. The interior retains its original metal trusses, brick walls, and balcony on the south end. Wood floors and bleachers have been replaced. The lobby to the gym retains terrazzo flooring, marble wainscot, and square columns supporting the balcony above. Stairs on each side lead to the balcony and to basement level locker rooms. A swimming pool appears on the basement level of the original gymnasium plans, but was never constructed. Bulldog Alley, a north-south private campus street, separates the school buildings from the athletic facilities to the west. These include the circa 1947 Tommy Spoon Memorial Fieldhouse, the Kernoodle football field, and a baseball field located southwest of the football stadium. The entrance to the 1947 to 59 Burlington City Schools Memorial Stadium is marked by a metal sign supported by metal posts, and a plaque on the main building notes that it was, quote, constructed as a living memorial to the veterans of World War II by the schools and citizens of Burlington. A circa 2000 one-story brick veneered classroom building that you see on the bottom stands north of the school and east of the stadium, and is the only building on the campus that would be considered non-contributing. The school was named in honor of philanthropist, industrialist, and former Burlington City Schools chair, Walter M. Williams. Williams was instrumental in the purchase of the land for the current campus, and large portraits of Williams and his wife face each other across the school's lobby. The school served an important role in school integration and the broader civil rights movement in Burlington. It was constructed to educate white students, while Jordan Sellers High School in Northeast Burlington served Black students. Following the Brown versus Board of Education ruling in 1954, Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act addressed school segregation by granting authority to withhold federal funding from segregated school systems. Yet, as late as 1968, the district had failed to make any significant changes in the ratios of white and Black students at any of its schools. While the school board began construction of Hugh M. Cummings High School, an integrated school which would replace Sellers High School by 1970, racial tensions within Walter Williams High School came to a head in May of 1969. When no African-American students were selected for the cheerleading squad, a student body staged a sit-in at the school on May 16th, which was followed by a march to the school administrative offices on Fisher Street, where vandalism resulted in at least 15 students being arrested. Ultimately, a violent riot erupted in downtown Burlington, during which 2 local stores were burned. It required the combined efforts of local, county, and state police and police auxiliary, including officers from the North Carolina ABC system, the State Bureau of Investigation, and the National Guard to end the violence. At least 25 people were arrested. Leon Mebane, an African-American middle schooler, was killed by police crossfire, and a citywide curfew was instituted, though 250 people, both Black and white, were arrested for violating it. The period surrounding integration is further documented in the book Black Coach, which tells the story of head football coach Jerome Evans, who served from 1970 to 1976. Let me go back so you can see him. Evans, a former football coach at Sellers High School, was appointed at least in part to appease the 1969 protesters. However, his appointment resulted in protests from white families in the district until C.A. Fry, the white football coach who was replaced by Evans, was appointed athletic director at the school. Ultimately, a human relations council was formed at the school. Gradually, racial tensions eased, and the school system was fully integrated in 1971. The boundary should include the entire 23.5-acre parcel historically associated with the school, and include all of the school buildings and athletic fields and facilities. The school stands well back from South Church Street on a grassy lawn that is itself a character-defining feature of the site. The period of significance extends from 1947 to 1971, beginning with the construction of the stadium and field house in 1947, and extending to 1971 when a Greensboro district court ordered the full integration of all Burlington schools. While the complex remains in use as a high school campus today, it does not meet criteria consideration G because its continued use is not of exceptional significance. The 1984 West Davis Street Fountain Place National Register Historic District included 165 primary resources encompassing, quote, the highest concentration of surviving late 19th and early 20th century houses built for the city's growing middle class. The boundary did not include numerous modest early and mid 20th century buildings that stand directly adjacent to the historic district and retain high material integrity. Further, it did not include residential development from the 1930s through the 1960s that stands adjacent to the district. In 1992, 5 areas adjacent to the district were placed on the North Carolina study list. This study list recommendation serves to amend the 1992 study list boundaries to include areas that fully reflect the mid and upper class development of West Burlington, while excluding altered, vernacular, and working class housing around the periphery of the district. It also includes a small boundary reduction to remove incompatible multifamily apartment buildings constructed in the 1980s. The boundary increase includes 174 houses in 4 residential areas. Boundary increase area A extends along the 800 block of Central Avenue and includes the south side of the 900 block of West Front Street and the west side of the 600 block of Atwood Avenue. It includes 14 early to mid 20th century vernacular houses, craftsman style bungalows, and small scale ranch houses. The houses have medium integrity. Several have replacement windows or siding, but collectively represent a typical streetscape of the era. Boundary increase area C includes 11 craftsman style houses dating largely from the 1930s and extending along the 600 block of Central Avenue and the 1000 block of Edgewood Avenue. The overall integrity of buildings throughout this area is high. Boundary increase area B is the largest of the increase areas and illustrates the continued development of West Burlington and the West Davis Street Fountain Place Historic District from the 1930s through the 1950s. It includes approximately 79 properties along West Davis Street, Aycock and Edgewood Avenues, May Court, and Tarleton Avenue, all west of West Willowbrook Drive. And you can see the existing boundary extends to the planned green space. Houses in the core of Area B are large scale, generally colonial revival style houses on large, well-landscaped lots. They include the circa 1930 Ben V. May House, a grand Tudor revival style house placed on the study list in 1992. The circa 1935 Sellers House, which you see on the top of the screen, and the circa 1941 Walter Williams House. These houses, constructed by leaders in the community and textile industry, illustrate the continued appeal of West Burlington throughout the mid-20th century as a residential area for Burlington's upper class. Lots along the 1000 block of Edgewood and the 1300 block of West Davis are smaller in scale and contain craftsman-style houses, period cottages, and ranch houses, but their age and overall character is consistent with the adjacent housing and the rest of the district. The overall integrity of buildings throughout Area B is high, and while there are several infill houses in the 1100 block of West Davis Street, they're generally in scale with the surrounding historic houses and do not detract from the overall district. Boundary increase area D extends along the north end of West 5th Street, the 300 to 500 blocks of Hillcrest, and the south ends of Fountain Place, Keim Street, and East Willowbrook Avenue. It includes approximately 70 intact early 20th century vernacular and craftsman style houses along 5th and Hillcrest, and mid 20th century colonial revival, craftsman, and minimal traditional style houses along Fountain Place, Keim Street, and East Willowbrook Avenue. It also includes the 1931 Hillcrest Elementary School, a 3-story brick school building placed on the study list in 1992. The buildings have medium integrity, though several have replacement windows or siding. They collectively represent typical 20th century middle-class housing in West Burlington. A boundary decrease should be considered for the multifamily housing complex at the northeast corner of West Front and Peel Streets. You can see the photos of these. The building's dated as 1975 and labeled as intrusive on the 1984 nomination are not oriented to face the street and are not in keeping with the character of the single-family houses along West Front Street. The West Davis Street Fountain Place Historic District boundary increase is significant under criterion A for community planning and development and criterion C for architecture. The expansion areas include a significant collection of early to mid 20th century residential resources, illustrating the substantial growth of Burlington and its textile industry during this period. While the most prominent resources within the existing district illustrate fashionable architectural trends, buildings in the expansion areas follow the same styles and echo the same forms as those within the historic district, but are generally less ornate, representing middle to working class residents and mid 20th century architectural styles. The period of significance for the boundary increase areas extends from circa 1920, the approximate date of the earliest extant resources, to the early 1960s, though the exact dates should be drawn from the building dates of houses in the boundary increase. Finally, the Central Heights Historic District appears eligible for the National Register under criterion A for community planning and development and criterion C for architecture. Located on the west end of the study area, the neighborhood was platted in 1925 and includes curvilinear streets, planned green spaces along a natural ravine, the land reserved for a temporary golf course. And you can see this is where the Walter Williams High School is now, is on this part of the original plat. The neighborhood is one of several middle-class developments in Burlington that were platted in the 1920s, including Fountain Place, Brookwood, and Country Club Estates in West Burlington, and Beverly Hills in North Burlington. Fountain Place and Brookwood, both of which are included in the West Davis Fountain Place Historic District or boundary increase areas. Both had minimum housing values included in the covenants, resulting in larger houses on larger lots that were more consistent with the adjacent early 20th century development along West Davis Street. Country Club Estates, while platted in the 1920s, wasn't developed until after World War II, with small, minimal traditional style houses and ranches. Central Heights is most consistent with the Beverly Hills Historic District, which was listed to the National Register in 2009. With a curvilinear street pattern and houses ranging from the colonial revival, craftsman, and period revival styles of the 1930s to the minimal traditional and ranch houses of the 1940s and 50s. The streets at the center along Circle Drive are at the highest elevation and were developed first in the 1930s and 40s with colonial, craftsman, and Tudor revival style houses. Low stone walls along Circle Drive and deep lawns along Parkview Drive that slope down toward the Arboretum are a response to the natural topography of the area. Construction after World War II continued to the north and west, spurred in part by the construction of Walter Williams High School and the subdivision of the former golf course into additional lots at the northwest end of the neighborhood. Houses from this era include smaller period cottages, minimal traditional style houses, and ranches, mostly dating from the 1950s. The Central Heights neighborhood retains integrity of location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. While artificial siding is present, many houses retain original windows. Additions are relegated to the rear of buildings and there's little infill. The street patterns and landscaping are characteristic of the early to mid 20th century development. The period of significance extends from 1925, when the neighborhood was platted, to circa 1960, when the last homes were constructed. In considering the boundary of the Central Heights district, properties in the 600 block of Glenwood Avenue, and that's this area up here, and the north side of the 500 block of Parkview, which I think is up here. Oh, up here. While not part of the original 1925 plat, share characteristics with the rest of the neighborhood and should be included. Conversely, properties along South Church Street are commercial in nature and should be excluded from the boundary, along with residential development south of Church Street, which is a wide 4-lane thoroughfare that bisects the platted neighborhood. Finally, properties east of East Willowbrook, while platted with Central Heights, that's these properties over here, are adjacent to and visually consistent with the West Davis Street Fountain Place Historic District and are thus considered as part of a boundary increase for that district. And that is all I have. Oh, it is not. Hold on. There are several resources that have histories that are complicated or unclear and thus require further study. Additionally, although tangential to the study area, the following topics go beyond the scope of the current survey project. The E.M. Holt Plaid Mills opened in 1883 on Plaid Street at the north end of the study area and remains the oldest extant mill in the city. The mill grew and expanded steadily through the early decades of the 20th century and was one of the city's largest employers. In 1934, employees at the mill participated in the United Textile Workers Union strike, which affected textile mills throughout the South and resulted in both vandalism and arrests at Plaid Mill. However, more research about these events is needed to determine whether the mill may be eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for social history and labor history. Further, while the exterior retains sufficient architectural integrity to meet eligibility requirements for the National Register, the interior of the complex was not accessible and requires further investigation to determine eligibility for the National Register under Criterion C for architecture. Finally, a small commercial district related to the mill complex remains on Trollinger Street, and a mill village extends west and south of the mill complex. These commercial and residential buildings appear to have been highly altered, but nonetheless should be evaluated for significance and architectural integrity in order to evaluate their eligibility. And Burlington has a rich and largely unstudied African-American history with little documentation of African-American communities in Burlington throughout the 20th century. However, the limited geographic area of this survey update included only historically white housing developments, the E.M. Plaid Holt Mill and associated development, and the Walter M. Williams High School, which is why only the integration era of African-American history is covered in the survey report. The city of Burlington faced many changes during school integration in particular. However, to date, there's little research about the integration of local businesses and institutions outside of the school system. And there are a few known resources related to the African-American experience outside of the civil rights movement and integration. As a result, it's not clear whether specific sites in the city may be eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for Black ethnic heritage, social history, or civil rights. Thus, a comprehensive survey of African-American resources in Burlington, including historic and architectural context, is needed. Do y'all have any questions about those properties?
This is Matt Jorgensen. I do have one question, and I feel like it might have something to do with the dates of the periods of significance, but I'm curious why the high school was excluded from the Central Heights neighborhood if it's right there and it was part of its original platting that was a golf course and then turned into a high school.
You know, we never really considered it to be part of the neighborhood because we really felt like high school had its own story to tell, independent of that sort of planning and development neighborhood. We also looked at, because, you know, if I go way back, the Central Heights neighborhood is, well, this is not the best map, is adjacent to the West Davis Street Fountain Place historic district. So this is the existing district and this is Central Heights and here's the high school. But we didn't consider it as an addition to the West Davis Street because of the circular nature of the drives. It feels really insular. It feels like its own thing. And I think the high school was just really strong on its own, both architecturally and for that social civil rights story, that we wanted it to not get lost in a district.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Other questions? Comments? Okay, so we should move to the next. Thank you so much.
Sure.
This was quite a bit.
It was.
Yes, and I appreciate the prefacing remarks. So let's go to the next component. Jen?
Oh, sorry, it's not showing me my PowerPoint to share. Let me see what's going on here. Maybe it'll do it if I do all the screens. Okay, is it showing you the Grange Hall?
Yes.
Now, full screen? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it wouldn't show up on its own tray. Okay, as Beth had mentioned, I'm presenting this for Heather Firmbach, who worked on the survey in Forsyth County. She just couldn't be here today, so she provided her presentation. All right. This building was erected in 1955. This is the old Richmond Grange Hall in Forsyth County. And it was built to serve as a meeting place for Old Richmond Grange 675, chartered on May 26, 1930. The Grange, officially the National Grange of the Order of Patrons of Husbandry, a fraternal organization created in 1867, provided a mechanism for farmers to improve their economic and social position through community-based initiatives and to advocate for agricultural regulation. Old Richmond Grange met at Old Richmond School, Elm Grove Church, and members' homes for 25 years. In 1954, the group, which then had 42 members, entered the National Grange and Sears Roebuck Foundation's National Community Service Competition. Due to the group's success in facilitating the installation of 225 miles of telephone lines that serve more than 800 families, the North Carolina Grange awarded Old Richmond Grange second place at the state level judging of the competition. The following year, Old Richmond Grange, which had grown to 66 members, won the North Carolina competition, received a $200 prize, and advanced to win top honors and a $10,000 prize at the National Granges November 1955 meeting in Cleveland, Ohio. Approximately 4,212 Granges had submitted applications. Old Richmond Grange members successfully executed 33 initiatives to win the competition. In addition to its ongoing telephone service provision campaign, the group had sponsored roadside beautification and farm improvement programs, organized Tobaccoville's volunteer fire department, and donated a fully equipped fire truck, remodeled the Tobaccoville U.S. Post Office, renovated Dobbs Chapel, and landscaped the grounds, installed rural mailboxes, facilitated road naming and signage, and began constructing a Grange Hall that would also serve as a community center. Winston-Salem general contractor Harvey B. Stimpson's company, H.B. Stimpson & Son, erected the building. Old Richmond Grange Hall hosted myriad educational and recreational events that demonstrated the organization's mission to improve quality of life for area residents. The Forsyth County Health Department held clinics, and the Agricultural Extension Service lectured on topics ranging from soil conservation and improvement to poultry farming. Local organizations such as the Old Richmond Women's Club, 4-H, Future Farmers of America, and the Old Richmond Boy Scout Troop, which the Grange sponsored, met in the building. By 1971, Old Richmond Grange had 117 members. Old Richmond Grange continues to undertake service projects, host informative lectures at monthly meetings, and promote issues important to the community. Grace for Today Bible Fellowship also meets in the Grange Hall. Korean War veteran and educator Billy John Hammond, who died in 2020, was Old Richmond Grange's president for many years. His daughter, Kara Hammond Larrabee, heads the group in 2021. The simply executed building features 2 gabled east porticos, paneled single-leaf doors, 6 and 12-pane steel casement windows, and a shed roof canopy at the north entrance. The main level encompasses a large meeting room with a stage at the south end, a kitchen in the northwest corner, and a short northeast entrance corridor with 2 restrooms on its north side. Original finishes include painted concrete block walls, knotty pine paneling on partition walls, simple wood baseboards, crown molding, and door surrounds. 6-panel wood doors, narrow oak floors in the meeting room and entrance corridor, and 8-inch square vinyl composition tile floors in the kitchen. Built-in wood cabinets and double-leaf glazed doors remain in the meeting hall. The pass-through opening between the kitchen and meeting room features a knotty pine roll-up wood door. The kitchen retains knotty pine cabinets with wrought iron strap hinges and pulls. The locally significant Old Richmond Grange Hall meets National Register of Historic Places Criterion A for social history as the Forsyth County Agricultural Community of Tobaccoville's primary meeting place and recreational center. The building is the only dedicated Grange Hall identified in the county's up-to-date comprehensive architectural survey and one of only 2 surviving Forsyth County buildings that served as Grange Halls. The other, a vinyl-sided gable roof 1935 building erected by Clemens Grange in 1935, was acquired and remodeled by Jonestown Civic Club in 1973. Old Richmond Grange is thus the only extant historic example of this resource type retaining integrity to survive in Forsyth County. The period of significance begins with the Grange Hall's 1955 completion and continues through 1971. The building's function after 1971 is not of exceptional significance. That's all I have on that one.
Questions? Okay, I like to go to the last one in the survey projects section, and that is Jamie will make the presentation. Hi.
Hey, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to let my dogs out. They tend to just start barking uncontrollably whenever I start speak. It's bizarre. So let me find my presentation here. All right, does everybody see the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, hold on. There we go.
Now we've got it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this studyless property is a result of the Waynesville survey update that I conducted earlier this year. Furry's Lodge began development in 1946. It's located in Waynesville, the county seat of Haywood County in western North Carolina. Here you can see the location of Furry. So here you can see the location of Furry's Lodge. It's just northwest of Waynesville's Frog Level Historic District and Main Street Historic District. The lodge is set back within a secluded 3.5-acre wooded parcel surrounded by early to mid 20th century residential development. The town of Waynesville was settled shortly following the formation of Haywood County in 1809, with the future site of Waynesville selected as the county seat. However, development was very slow due to limited means of transportation throughout the region. It wasn't until the coming of the Western North Carolina Railroad in the 1880s when development really began to take off. The arrival of the railroad fueled an impressive period of growth in and around Waynesville, with tourism quickly becoming a leading industry. The area emerged as one of the preeminent resort towns in the southeastern United States, with the fresh mountain air and area hot springs attracting some of the country's wealthiest families. Grand hotels, such as the Hotel Waynesville, were erected in town within close proximity to the railroad depot and social center of Waynesville. Beyond city limits, luxurious resorts with mountain vistas and expansive grounds attracted seasonal visitors by the late 19th century. And in addition to the many hotels that were operating in town, many single-family residents frequently accommodated seasonal tourism, serving as boarding houses and bed and breakfasts. And here's just some of those early lodgings. So beginning in the 1930s, Waynesville really became known as the gateway to the Smoky Mountains. Efforts by the federal government were underway to acquire land and build roads through the Smokies for the establishment of a national park, with Waynesville being the town nearest the park entrance. Throughout the 30s, construction began on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and the Appalachian Trail was completed in 1937. Great Smoky National Park was finally dedicated in 1940. In 1931, in anticipation of the influx of motorists to the region, the Waynesville Country Club and private golf course were built on a dairy farm adjacent to the industrial suburb of Hazelwood. And Hazelwood was eventually annexed into the town of Waynesville in 1995, I believe. The Country Club's large two-story inn that's shown here on the bottom left is the last of those grand lodges built in Waynesville. The rapid rise in automobile ownership and the improved road system ultimately resulted in a shift away from the grand hotels and resorts of the railroad era to modest lodges, motor courts, and roadside inns. Visitors tended to have shorter stays, favoring those budget-friendly lodging and auto-oriented facilities. Several roadside inns and motor courts emerged within and around Waynesville, largely sited along principal roadways. This was particularly the case following World War II. Ultimately, this shift resulted in a sharp decline in the downtown boarding houses, grand hotels, and luxurious resorts that characterized the railroad era. The Hotel Waynesville was torn down in the 30s, and the White Sulphur Springs Resort closed in 1927 and was eventually demolished in 1941. So begun in 1946, Furry's Lodge is a unique post-World War II resort-type lodging erected within a residential setting adjacent to downtown Waynesville. The lodge was begun by Wendell and Daisy Furry. And here you can see a site plan of 7 buildings currently comprising Furry's Lodge, along with their dates of construction. The first building constructed is the main lodge near the center of the property, built in 1946, and later that year, Oak Terrace Lodge was erected, followed in 1956 by Mountain Laurel Lodge, the Summer House in 1962, the Hemlock Guest House in 1964, and the Rhododendron Guest House in 1974. All of the buildings adopt a modified rustic design that blends nicely with the natural wooded setting within which the lodge is sited. And during the survey project, access to the interior of the buildings was not permitted, as the majority of the rooms were occupied by guests, and the main lodge was reportedly undergoing some minor renovations, which were largely maintenance related. Fortunately, recent photographs that were uploaded to their website literally in the past 2 weeks offer views of the inside and shows a really intact, well-maintained interior of some of the buildings. And also in 2016, HPO's Western office conducted a site visit where several photographs were taken of the interior, again showing well-preserved interior spaces. And I'll include some of those pictures from both the 2016 site visit and what was recently uploaded to their website. So the main lodge building reflects a post-World War II modified rustic design. The two-story building is very well preserved with the stone exterior along its first floor and board and batten siding along the second. Windows are original 1/1, 6/6, and 8/8 double hung wood sash. And at the rear of the building are original wood casement windows. This building is particularly distinguished by the tall and slender log columns with log brackets supporting the porch roof and exposed log rafters on the underside of the porch roof. And here are some of those photos. This is the interior of the main lodge, where the first floor is an open public space for guests. It features a large dining area and stone fireplace. The exposed log beams, support posts, exposed stone walls, and wood flooring create a very rustic aesthetic on the interior and a very cozy space. The two photos at the bottom of the slide are those taken during the HPO's 2016 site visit, and the two at the top were those recent ones posted on their website. And the upper right photograph shows a small sitting area on the second floor with what appears to be modern flooring and drywall. The same photograph also shows a small bar that was installed. Despite these really modest alterations, it continues to reflect that cozy rustic aesthetic. Oak Terrace was also constructed in 1946, also adopting that modified rustic design, has a random coarse stone exterior, and uses the slender logs as porch supports, as well as exposed rafters. The long horizontal building is 1 story with original windows, and the only apparent alteration to the exterior is the installation of new doors. Built in 1956, Mountain Laurel Lodge is shown on the left as a separate single unit lodging building that shares design features of the main lodge, such as fieldstone, foundation, and board and batten siding. The building retains original 1/1 windows. And again, here the door appears to be a modern replacement. On the right is the Summer House lodging, completed in 1962. This 2-unit lodge again adopts similar design features, board and batten siding. It has wide overhanging eaves along the facade that covers a narrow porch. Its windows are original 6/6, and the doors are also original glazed and paneled. And then, as you can see in this photo, during the site visit, it looks like some interior renovations were being conducted, including replacement flooring. Excuse me. The Hemlock House was built at the very center of the property in 1964, features original windows and board and batten cladding. And again, the wide overhanging eaves of the roof extend along the facade to protect this elevated porch. The last of the buildings is the Rhododendron Guest House, built in 1974. Its design continues that rustic aesthetic, has board and batten siding and a concrete block foundation. So overall, Furry's Lodge and its multiple buildings retain a high degree of integrity with minimal exterior modifications. All of the buildings retain that modified rustic aesthetic and cozy feel. This slide here shows several of those interior photographs that were taken from the lodge website. And as you can see, changes to the interior of the rooms appear to be minimal. Small modified bathroom fixtures have been added. The upper right photograph shows a small sitting area and bar that appear to be on the second floor of the main lodge building. And then the upper left photograph also shows the second floor of the main lodge, but you can see that really unique staircase And again, some more photos. That rustic design of the lodge is intended by the original owners is well maintained and intact. And the lodge continues to be promoted as a rustic, cozy mountain lodge near the heart of downtown Waynesville. Furry's Lodge is eligible under Criterion A in the area of entertainment and recreation. Since its construction in 1946, the properties provided seasonal lodging and recreational amenities to both local residents and out-of-state tourists. Furry's Lodge was a popular summer resort for visitors coming to Waynesville to enjoy the region's natural beauty and outdoor activities. During its early years, many guests would stay the entire season, enjoying the southern meals prepared by the Furries. Early newspaper clippings refer to Furry's Lodge as a summer colony where families formed lifelong friendships and returned annually. The lodge hosted wedding receptions and family gatherings for visitors and residents alike. Guests also enjoyed mule and buggy tours to nearby towns, riding 6 saddle horses and 5 ponies provided by the Furries. Although under new ownership, Furry's Lodge continues to provide lodging and meals to the many tourists traveling through Western North Carolina. What makes it so unique in Waynesville is that it was established during the post-World War years when the majority of the new tourist lodgings that were built were roadside motor courts and inns geared towards offering affordable rates and accommodating to the automobile tourist. Furry's Lodge might then be considered a transition from Waynesville's luxurious resort era that attracted wealthy guests enjoying long stays to the more short-term affordable roadside lodgings characterizing the post-war years. Furry's Lodge is also eligible under Criterion C for architecture. It's an excellent illustration of tourist lodges in Western North Carolina adopting a modified rustic style design. The design of the lodge buildings, which range in date from 1946 to 1974, blend very nicely with the natural setting of the wooded hilltop on which the property is sited. It's recommended that the period of significance extend beyond that 50-year marker to 1974 in order to account for all the construction or to account for the construction of the rhododendron guest house that year. This was the final building erected on the property and is significant in documenting the evolution of Furry's Lodge through the mid-20th century. And the recommended boundary is just the current parcel within which all the buildings are located. Wide. All right, there we go. Any questions?
Okay. No questions, comments? So we've been presented with the 3 with the survey projects. I think if we have no discussion,
I just want to clarify from the staff that in all cases, their recommendation is listing on the study list.
Matt,
Yes, that is correct.
Then I will move that the 5 properties that were just discussed.
Yeah. Matt, you muted yourself, so you'll have to repeat.
Sorry, sometimes my space bar doesn't work. I will move that the 5 properties just discussed in the survey reports be listed on the study list.
I'd second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Matt Jorgensen and seconded by Josie Ward to put the 5 survey projects that were presented on the study list. Roll call vote. Mary Lynn Bryan. You gotta unmute.
Yes.
I know, after lunch. David Bergstone,
Yes.
Sean Patch,
Yes.
Barbara Snowden, Barbara, we didn't quite
Okay.
Now we do.
Yes.
Thank you. And David Denard, I don't see you. Okay, we still have quorum, and so I vote yes. So thank you all. I think I got it. Yes, I did get everyone. So now we will move to the Eastern region. And starting with John.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. If you keep up doing such a good work, they can keep you in there as chairman permanently.
Ah, no, I miss our chair. But
Well,
thank you.
as Matt and some of y'all pointed out earlier, the staff is making presentations from territories that aren't usually their own. And that's because effective August 1st, Scott Power retired after 30 years of service with the state. And Andy McDonald, our Western person, has, after a decade, decided to take an opportunity in the private sector. So we thank them for their service to the department, and we miss them as fellow staff people. So I'm going to start in Greene County with the eastern properties. Share the screen here. Are you all seeing the Best Chapel School?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, the Best Chapel School is located in rural central Greene County, northwest of the county seat of Snow Hill. And that's its kind of environment, as you can see, quite rural. The school is on its original site, which is part of the Sauls family farm, which is listed as a North Carolina bicentennial farm. And the early history and construction date of this African-American school is uncertain. The owner believes this to be the oldest known Rosenwald school in Greene County. However, the school does not appear in any of the Rosenwald school records at Fisk University, does not appear in any Greene County School Board records relating to the county's Rosenwald schools, nor is it mentioned in the research done by Dr. Tom Hanchett on the North Carolina Rosenwald School. So we don't believe that this is actually a Rosenwald school. To date, we have no deed records that have come to light indicating a conveyance of property between the Sauls family and the Greene County Board of Education. So we're assuming that the Sauls family let this building be constructed on their property. The building's lack of window openings on the front elevation and minimal window openings on the rear elevation are not characteristic of Rosenwald school plans or really any other period school building. The building's construction materials and finishes indicate a construction date somewhere between 1915 and 1935. No building is shown at this location on the 1924 Greene County Topographic Soil Survey map. The October 3rd, 1927 minutes of the Greene County Board of Education indicate that Tony Davidson, Brett Combs, and Richard Sauls were committee men for the Best Chapel School. And it's not clear from those minutes if they're referencing a school that's already been built or one that's being proposed. While schools and churches are shown on this 1936 North Carolina Road survey map, neither the school nor the Best Chapel Church are shown on this map. So the dark circles are school buildings, and the dark circles with crosses on top represent churches. So there's not neither the Best Chapel School or church are shown on this 36 map. The 1930 Highway and Public Works Commission map adds more confusion as there are two schools shown in this location, and a third school is shown immediately to the east of the school site. And we believe that that eastern school symbol may actually be the location of the Best Chapel Church. While the original Best Chapel Church remains extant, could not be examined to ascertain its date of construction due to the dense vegetation. We were hoping that might shed some light on the date of the school building. So we may have to make a visit in the fall. The 1953 State Highway and Public Works Commission map does show a school at the location of the Best Chapel School, but the previously mentioned school symbol thought to be the Best Chapel Church continues to be marked as a school on this map. We do have definitive records from the school from 1941 to 1959 from the Educational Directory of North Carolina. The 1958-1959 school year was the last year that this building functioned as a school, and these records confirm that the building was a two-teacher school. When the school closed, Isaac Saul Jr. and his sons converted the school into a house that was occupied by his son William and daughter-in-law May. This building was first surveyed by our office in 1995 as part of the Greene County Architectural Survey, and photographs I'm going to show you now are just from that 1995 survey and shows you what it looked like at the time. So window openings had been added to the front elevation as part of its conversion to a house. And it's just kind of an abandoned shape back in 95. When the application was submitted back in May, work had begun to convert this building into a community center and museum. And as part of that work, the windows were replaced with modern windows. When the school was converted into a house, the ceilings were lowered approximately 3 feet. The original classroom partition wall was removed, and the interior was divided into multiple rooms through the construction of partition walls. And I'll just show you again, these are from the original May submittal of the application. The photograph in the left, you can see a patch in the floor, which indicates the location of the original classroom dividing wall. Like I said, the ceilings are lowered, all the finishes, the sheetrock, all of that's later changes during its conversion to a house. In these images, if you look up through that lower ceiling, you can see the original ceiling height and rafters up there. So it's kind of a significant change as far as the ceiling height. Last month, I made a site visit to the property and to evaluate its integrity and attempt to date the building more precisely, which was not as successful as I would hope. For some reason, the perspective on some of these photos are skewed when they went into the PowerPoint. So some of them look kind of distorted and odd, and I apologize for that. The rehabilitation work continues, and the owner is planning to retain the later fenestration and many of the other later interior changes as part of the work. This is just some of the photos from that site visit last month. Here's, you can see what's now an attic space. So the underside of what looks like truss work or rafters, that was the original ceiling height. Originally, that ceiling had beaded board sheathing and the walls had beaded board sheathing. And it's kind of mystifying as to why they would remove that sheathing when the ceiling itself was lowered. And that's just some of the interior finishes. All those partition walls you're seeing there are later relating to the house conversion. Due to the number of interior and exterior changes made to the building as part of its conversion to a residence, the staff feels that it no longer represents the original design and layout of an early 20th century two-teacher school. As a result of the loss of integrity of design, feeling, and workmanship, the staff does not recommend placement on the study list. Our next property from the east is Zach's Grocery, which is in Weldon and Halifax County. Zach's Grocery is located in the 400 block of West First Street, approximately 4 blocks to the northeast of the National Register listed Weldon Historic District. And this building is situated in a residential neighborhood bounded on the north by the Roanoke River, on the south by a set of railroad tracks, and the district would be to the right of this screen. Historically, the neighborhood was much more densely developed, but numerous demolitions since 1994 have resulted in many vacant lots in the immediate vicinity of the building, which would mean that it couldn't be brought into a district expansion. It has also changed the setting of it. And here you see the building now just kind of sits by itself. Constructed in 1946, Zach's Grocery is a combination store and residence that's located on a small residential lot. The building was owned by O.K. Coward Finch, who occupied the house and operated the store. In 1940, Finch and her husband, Alfonso, had been public school teachers living in Littleton. At some point after they purchased the building in 1946, they divorced, and O.K. continued to operate the store building. Upon her death in 1978, the store passed to her son, Alfred. The store continued to operate until sometime in the 1990s. According to the application, many mill workers from the nearby Riverside Mill patronized the store, and the store also served as a hub and meeting place for the community. Other than those two statements, no additional background history was provided on the building. Only 3 exterior and 3 interior photographs were submitted with the application. And that photograph you see there is not psychedelic brickwork. It's just a flaw in the original image. The exterior of the building looks little changed since the 2008 Google Street View images. The 1.5-story brick building contains slightly more than 3,700 square feet. The facade of the central residential portion and the west wall of the store are covered with a synthetic stone veneer, and it's not certain whether that stone veneer is an original feature. We also do not know if any window sash remain behind the plywood coverings. The owner did indicate that the interior has been gutted and some of the partition walls are removed. And again, these are the only interior photographs that were submitted. Plans showing the historic layout of interior rooms was not provided. The plans that were submitted with the application show numerous proposed changes and additions that will dramatically alter the historic footprint of the building. So they're going to gussy it up a little bit. This building was also surveyed in 1994 by our office, and these photographs provide a better sense of the original fenestration as well as the density of the streetscape. So you can see that there are buildings that were right up on this building, and as you look down the street either way, there was a series of buildings, and you compare that to the aerial, there's been quite a lot of loss. It looks like across the street there was some kind of warehouse building that was probably related to those railroad tracks that are south of the building. Given the loss of integrity, the loss of historic setting, and the lack of significant history, the staff does not recommend placement of Zach's Grocery on the study list. Our final property from my presentation before we turn it over to Julie is the Tobacco Growers Association Warehouse and Natural Building Supply. And on your agenda, you have 2 properties from Nash County, those that I just mentioned. And I'll present these in one presentation, as the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association Warehouse is a component in the larger Nashville Building Supply Company complex. Now, we received a study list application for the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association warehouse building from the owner who wishes to have the building listed in order to take advantage of the rehabilitation tax credits. This building and the Nashville Supply Company complex were surveyed by our office in the 1970s and 1980s. And at the end of my presentation, you'll be asked to cast 2 votes, one for the National Register eligibility of the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association building as a potential individually listed resource. And the second vote would be on the eligibility of the Nashville Building Supply Company complex that includes the warehouse and that could be potentially listed as a historic complex of functionally related buildings. The Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association was organized in 1920 by tobacco growers from North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and South Carolina who were dissatisfied with selling their tobacco through the auction system. One of the main projects of the co-ops was to build numerous warehouses in small towns to give the tobacco growers as an alternative to auction centers in larger towns like Wilson. The warehouse in Nashville was constructed sometime between 1921 and June of 1923. The association met with strong organized opposition from warehousemen, leaf dealers, and chambers of commerce from larger towns, as well as hesitancy and distrust from potential members. Large tobacco firms such as American Tobacco and Imperial Tobacco refused to purchase tobacco from the association. In July of 1926, the organization went into receivership and all assets and property were sold at public auction in February of 1927. The Southern Tobacco Journal advertised public auctions of 27 other North Carolina Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association warehouses during the same week in 1927. The warehouse building, which is the one shown in black and with a black roof in this 1970s era photograph, was purchased at the auction for $6,500 by GM Strickland, who had been operating a building supply company nearby since 1908. Strickland moved that business into this warehouse, and the National Building Supply Company continued to operate out of the warehouse until it closed in April of 2021. Through its occupancy of the property, the National Building Supply Company constructed numerous buildings around the warehouse that included a planing mill, lumber drying kiln, lumber shed, boiler houses, a sawdust incinerator, and sawdust collection building. And you can see some of these buildings in the photograph. On the northwest corner of the property, the Miller brothers began operation of a sawmill, which later became part of the Nashville Building Supply and operated into the mid-1980s. For many years, Nashville Building Supply purchased tracts of timber and handled the complete processing of wood products from trees standing in the forest to finished wood, which were cut into various size boards. Further wood processing was done in the dry kiln and planing mill, where boards were cut and planed into finished wood framing, molding, shelving, and other wood products that were ready to be nailed into place. For years, the business had a cabinet shop and a wood shop in which cabinets and window frames were made and assembled. Skilled craftsmen made door frames, doors of all sizes and designs, and many other functional and decorative wooden parts of a home, all of which were delivered and sometimes installed by employees of the Nashville Building Supply. There was also a metal shop where flues were made for use in tobacco barns and home heaters until the demand for these products slowed in the mid-1970s. This is an aerial view of the complex as it exists today. And the property actually consists of 4 separate tax parcels, or actually 3 separate tax parcels. One's divided by a road right away, all of which are owned by the same owner. So again, in 1923, you have the warehouse building. And by 1945, many of the buildings of the Nashville Building Supply Company have been constructed, and you see the Miller sawmill there at the top of the screen. So to tour you around the property, I'm going to start with the circa 1922 Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association warehouse building, which is in this screen at the very bottom, the one that has that orange stripe on the roof. This building is roughly 100 feet wide by 213 feet, and it retains relatively good integrity. The only changes on the exterior is that some of the freight doors have been enlarged to accommodate modern sized tractor trailer trucks to back up to the building. I think the paint job on the building is about 40 years old, so originally would have just been red brick. And on this one, you can see the different size in the freight doors. The one on the left has obviously been expanded. Has a nice parapet roof, a lot of skylights on it, a series of cupolas centered on the roof ridge line actually vent the interior. An overall shot looking south towards the railroad tracks. The building is actually built at kind of a skew, so it's not a true rectangle. So each of the corners, the bricks are actually kind of woven together in a pattern like this, which is kind of interesting. The building retains most of its original doors and all of its historic windows, some of which have been covered by security bars that were probably put in the 1940s or 50s. That's the one entrance to the building, the office area. The interior of the building is pretty much as you'd expect for a tobacco warehouse. The brick walls, a lot of skylights, truss work to create a large expanse, heavy timber construction and wood flooring. Again, very intact on the interior. The truss work is all good and solid. There's a series of office space partition walls that have been erected. Some of them appear to be original or early, so it's not clear whether they date to the tobacco cooperative era or whether they date to the early 1927 building supply era, and those have been added onto accretionarily. So what you're seeing there is that one office space is probably about 1980, but to the right of that, they get older as they go towards the front of the building. It's hard to photograph the interior of this because there wasn't much light. The top right image shows one of those partition walls, which I believe might be one that dates to the tobacco use of this building. Small section of where there's 2 restrooms. The building supply company did partition off a portion as a woodworking shop. And you see at the top right one of those earlier office partitions and just some of the interior doors. Now I want to show you the rest of the buildings in the complex. I'm going to start at the southern end towards the railroad tracks and move counterclockwise. So keep in mind, all of these are simple utilitarian buildings. Some of them have integrity or condition issues, and some of them appear to have significant later repairs or may be totally rebuilt. The planing mill, there's a reference in our survey file that talks about it being dismantled and rebuilt around 1978. So we really need to probably close in on some dates for some of these buildings. So again, starting in the south, this is the planing mill shown on the Sanborn maps. From our survey, the original portion of that is the center of that building where that chimney stack comes through, and then the parts south and north were slightly later additions to that building. This is the interior, and like I said, some of the truss work in this has later gusset plates on it that make you feel that at least the roof structure may have been reconfigured or rebuilt sometime in the 60s, 70s, maybe early 80s. As part of the building on the southern end, there are a series of small doorways that create these little bays. They're almost like wood lockers or wood storage lockers. So I'm assuming that as products would be sold, they'd be stuck in a locker and everybody would be assigned a number. So they'd be loaded from the interior, and every door on the exterior has a padlock on it that you could access these little wood lockers. Directly behind the planing mill is lumber shed number 1, and that building is pre-1945. And again, the same setup with these small doors that have little bays or lockers where wood could be stored. Moving northward up Barn Street towards downtown is lumber shed number 2, and this appears as an early 1930s building, but looking closely at its construction again, it seems that this building has probably been rebuilt, so it may not be historic. You can see some of those gusset plates on the truss work on the photograph on the right. It's all on concrete block foundation, so either it's been worked over recently or it's a total rebuild. Directly behind that is the planing mill sawdust collection building, and we're not sure what the date of that structure is. It's on the interior is totally sheathed with slab wood, and on the exterior sheathed with metal. And there's a fan system that runs from the planing mill to the top of this building, where sawdust was sucked up in a dust collection system and fed by vacuum pressure up that pipe you see to the top of the sawdust collection building, where it would drop down onto the floor, and I guess they would eventually empty this out. There used to be a large incinerator where they would actually incinerate the sawdust, which was this large conical structure that's been removed. And according to the survey file, the EPA did not look highly on them burning sawdust, so they went to this collection facility. Continuing northward is the lumber drying kiln and attached lumber sheds. This lumber drying kiln actually replaced a building that burned, the original kiln. So this structure dates to the early 1940s. And the kiln section is the center section with all those kind of smoke or vent stacks on it, and then lumber sheds on either side of it. So the sheds, the street side, are again like those small locker setups. On the back side, it's a large open shed. So the kiln portion has brick walls that are supported by large buttresses. And this is the interior view. It has a reinforced concrete ceiling with that series of smokestacks. There are joist pockets along the perimeter walls, so it's not clear whether this actually had a floor in it or whether there was movable racks that they would put in to allow the lumber to sit on as it was drying so it could get air movement underneath. This is the back side of that same building. You can see the buttresses for the kiln portion there on the photograph on the right. Moving northward, this is the 1931 sawmill that was constructed by the Miller brothers. Again, this one has some condition issues, and it seems that a large part of it was probably always open. On the bottom image, the larger shelter to the left, we believe to be a later addition that could date to the 1960s or 70s. That's what the interior of that looks like. In the bottom left, you see a fan and pipe system similar to what you had at the planing mill, where the sawdust would be collected and blown through a tube to a sawdust collection building, which sits immediately to the north of that sawmill, and that's shown there. And there it is. The pipe has since fallen down, but it looks like. And then the last three buildings on the site are all lumber sheds. The northernmost one is actually shown in the 1970s photograph, and that one may be 1940s or 50s. The two with the orange roof and red cladding in the foreground are probably something that date to the 1980s or 1990s. And that's what they look like on the interior. The owner intends to demolish all the buildings on the west side of Barn Street in order to construct three-story apartment buildings that will house 72 apartment units. The staff feels that the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association warehouse may be potentially eligible for listing under Criterion A in the areas of commerce and industry as part of the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association story. And if a nomination was to be prepared, additional historic background and context for the association and its buildings would need to be developed. But we're recommending that this building be placed on the study list. Staff feels that the National Building Supply Company may be potentially eligible under Criterion A in the areas of commerce and industry, and under Criterion C is a good representative example of a small-scale industrial complex relating to the manufacture and sale of building supply materials. As the National Building Supply Company occupied the site from 1927 to 2021, the site may have a long period of significance, which would probably end in the early 1970s if a nomination was prepared. However, one concern that the staff has is that the construction dates for some of these buildings may post-date the period of significance and impact the eligibility of the site. That being said, we do not have an official application for the complex itself, so a vote on the potential eligibility of this complex could be deferred to the June meeting to allow more precise dates to be determined for those buildings, and that can be one of the options as far as a motion that you all could make. So with that, I have no further information, but I'm happy to entertain questions.
I have a question about the Zach's Grocery. And this is a question as a new member of the NRAC, but would it ever be appropriate or advised that the person who submitted the application resubmit with more research and potentially more documentation? That sounded like it was quite a limited application. I do understand that the integrity issues are still potentially going to be the deciding factor. But given the thinness of the application, I wonder if there would be more to find out.
Right. We typically, when we receive applications, try to work with an applicant to get the most succinct and as much historic background information as we can get. And so I talked to the owner and the owner's representative who prepared this nomination or this application, and asked them if they had any more information both on the history of the business, the history of the owner, which they did not, and they were not even willing to provide additional photographs. So what I recommended to them is that they pull the application to allow time to do some more investigation for them to come up with more people. There may be some family members that might still be alive, because it would be nice to have information on this business. You know, you never know if there's, you know, a civil rights component, whether there's, you know, a unique business component that we're missing here. But the owners decided that they did not want to do any more work, and they wanted to present it with the information that was provided and let the cards fall where they may. So we did advise them and recommended to defer the application, but they chose to move forward.
And also on that question, I would say that, at least in my experience, there have been a few random occasions where we would, the staff would say not on the study list, but it could possibly be brought back if more work was done. So we will often vote something down at one point and then give it back to them and say, well, it was voted down, but if you do more work or if you add more information, it would be up for consideration again.
Correct. If more information came to light, we'd certainly bring it back, because you want to give everybody a fair shake, and if you do have something that's significant that comes to light, it's worthy for further consideration.
And this would be an example of what Sarah was talking about earlier, where you don't really, sometimes people bring things forward who are not the best advocates or champions or have the best understanding of what they need to do for a process. And so that's part of the work, is educating folks on what it really takes to be successful. And that it's just not anything. And it may be that a different party would do the work for the owners. Sounds like they're just not interested in doing the work, but that they wouldn't say no to it going forward if someone else were to put that effort in. And so there may be another champion in the area, because I'm thinking Halifax County, there are folks who would advocate for it. Believe me.
Madam Chair, if I could just tag on to both what Ms. Ward and John have stated, we oftentimes also customize the letters that are generated after this meeting, depending on what your action is. So if there's anything that you would like us to include in a letter to them, that would be a good thing to potentially add to a motion. I would encourage that.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to permanently close the door should opportunity arise for this. And most of the study list applications we receive are prepared by owners, and of course they're not experts in preservation or anything like that. And we don't want to make it cumbersome that you have to have a consultant to prepare these. But in some instances like this is a good example. It'd be nice to have a little bit more in-depth information that could be ferreted out. And that's also true of the Best Chapel School. The woman who owns it, she was trying to do her own research, and I'm not entirely convinced that she was able to find everything in the school board records that is out there. So that one, on the same token, is we may not have enough information. I mean, that one has more of an integrity issue than the Zach's Grocery. But again, it's prepared by an amateur, and not to slight them. It's just they're not used to doing historic background research.
And given for the Zach's Grocery, even the connection to St. Augustine's University, I know you don't know what they might have in their archives. Their librarian has been very diligent about keeping a lot of kinds of records that pertain to African American, just you name it, in North Carolina. So it could be even for the school, but there is definitely more information. So I think that what Ramona is saying, tailoring the letters to reflect these concerns, whatever it is that we decide, and leaving the door open. For them to
In the case of the Zach's Grocery, other than the name of the owner, that's the only historic background. So the information from the college yearbook, and that was all information that I pulled from census records, find grave. So the staff doesn't really have time to do this, but I thought if I could find anything. So I did some additional research just to supplement, and found the woman's picture on Find the Grave in the yearbook. And that was, at least it puts a face with the property, which is kind of neat. And it's, there may be more out there to be found.
So what my recommendation, because we've got one more in the region, but I think we should vote on these because we sort of have different ways that we can go. I think that I'd like to have us vote on the 3 properties represented, if I may take that prerogative, and then have us discuss the last one in the group.
Dr. Johnson, may I make the suggestion that John gives us before you take any action, a summary of what staff's recommendations are for each of these properties?
Yes.
Just to refresh y'all's memory, Best Chapel School, we're not recommending for placement on the study list, primarily due to integrity issues with its conversion to a residential structure. Zach's Grocery, we are not recommending for placement on the study list due to the loss of interior integrity, the loss of historic setting, and the lack of significant background history. And then as far as the Tobacco Association Growers Warehouse, for the individual warehouse building, we are recommending that it be placed on the study list, potentially eligible under criterion A in the areas of commerce and industry. It has good integrity. We feel that the building supply company complex is potentially eligible under criterion A and criterion C. Although at this point, we do have concerns about some of the dates of those buildings as to whether they would all fall or many of them would fall within the period of significance. So on that one, we would recommend placement on the study list, but if you wish to defer the vote to the June meeting in order to attempt to get better dates. I have talked to the owner and he said he would be happy to meet me on site to see if we could get some additional dates on that. Again, there's no application for the complex itself. The only application we currently have is for the individual warehouse building. So that's the complex is something that we looked at when we got this application in, that there's a bigger property here. But there's no official application from an applicant for the complex.
I think you said for the complex, deferring it to June, but we do have a meeting in February. So
Yeah,
deferring to February or June?
If we could get the information enough to February, it's when all if you all want to just defer to February, that's fine as well. You just defer to the next meeting.
So do you have enough information to draft a motion, committee members, on this presentation? Barbara, we didn't quite get your recommendation. We didn't hear your motion clearly.
I'll take it. I make a motion that we deny the Best Chapel School and Zach's Groceries from the studied list. We approve the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association Warehouse to the study list, and I move that the Nashville Building Supply be deferred until February or June when more information can be provided about that property.
Do I have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So it's been moved by Matt Jorgensen and seconded by Sean Patch to accept the recommendations presented for the 4 properties: Best Chapel School, Zach's Grocery, the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association Warehouse, and the Nashville Building Supply. I will call now for the roll call. Mary Lynn Bryant.
Is there discussion
Oh, is there
For
discussion?
that?
Thank you.
on the motion? Are we also going to include staff's suggestions for those being denied if they want to bring them back?
There's been, would you make that as a friendly amendment to the motion that we also are including recommendations for the
Right.
staff to
That the
direct?
response includes that the staff's, recommendations for how to maybe modify and bring it back for viable study list nomination.
So moved.
So now with the amendment, it's been probably moved as, I don't need a second on the amendment, do I? Do we?
I think so, just to be on the safe side.
Okay, just to be on the safe side, is it a second to the amended motion that's on the floor?
A second.
Josie.
Okay, I heard Josie first.
Yes.
She has made the second on the amended motion. So now I'm going to call for the vote. Mary Lynn? You're muted, so. And you're still muted. There you go.
Yes.
Thank you. David Bergstone,
Yes.
Matt made the motion, but we'll just go ahead.
Yes.
Josie,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Barbara, you back with us?
Yes.
Okay, and your vote for the motion?
Yes. Thank you, Matt, for clarifying what I was trying to say.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Valerie Johnson, yes. So the motion carries. Thank you all. So,
And for
let's
the
move-
record, I think David Denard abstains.
Oh yeah, well, he's not. Okay, well, he's not here, so at the moment. We still have quorum though. Thank you. Ms. Smith.
Yes, hello, everyone.
Hi.
I just want to piggyback a little bit on what John had said, and maybe others in the past, that this has been very much a team effort getting to NREC today, as you've seen and heard by my other colleagues, and they have graciously guided me through my past almost year with SHPO, and I'm excited to present this to you today. Let me see if I can share my screen. All right, are we good? Yes. Okay. All right. Today I'll be presenting to you the study list application for the Martin C. Pointer House located in Moyock, Currituck County. Oh, my slide doesn't want to move. There we go. Currituck County is the northeasternmost county in North Carolina. Moyock is indicated here with a red star, and the zoomed in map shows the closer surrounds. The Pointer House, indicated with a red dot, is in the northern portion of Moyock Historic District, study listed in 1996. It was DOE'd in 1995 and again in 2001. This aerial view shows the current parcel line in red. The house is bounded by the Shingle Landing Creek to the northwest, here indicated. And the house faces Shingle Landing Road in the southwest. So here's the main house, if you can see my cursor, and the large barn outbuilding behind it. The house was completed in 1899 for Martin C. Pointer, a successful merchant in town. This Queen Anne style 2-story T-plan with projecting front gable, bay block, and wraparound porch have textbook East Lake style elements. In July 2020, it was designated the first local landmark in Currituck County. Most of the exterior details remain, including unusually milled and pierced brackets and unique ones under the protruding front gable. Photographs with white paint are from the 2007 county survey, and blue are current photographs. Set within the front and side gables is narrow diagonal wood placed in a sunburst pattern with paired windows, drip hoods, and sawtooth ornamentation, same as seen on the elongated 2/2 windows. Sorry, I missed one. The oldest known photograph of the house is circa 1900. There are a few modest changes, including removal of a fence, brick foundation piers have been enclosed, wooden steps replaced by brick, and shutters have been removed and are currently being stored in the barn awaiting restoration. Exterior details and plan remain largely intact. More pronounced changes include removal of interior chimneys, removal of the detached kitchen, and enclosure of rear porches. Coming around the side of the house to the rear is the most noticeable change, with enclosing the first floor porch between 1920 and 1940 and the second story porch circa 1980. About 4 feet of the second story porch remains. Though the porches have been enclosed, the original footprint of the house is unchanged. The only change to the northwest side of the property is the shortened first floor window due to a kitchen renovation in 1960. And here's an oblique view looking back at the front. The only presumed original existing outbuilding is a barn dating to 1899 or 1900. The original T-shaped floor plan remains with all original plaster walls and staircase unmoved. You can see here the later enclosed space was used for bathrooms and what is now a laundry room and a sitting room. The foyer contains the original 4-panel doors and staircase with details such as large newel posts and bullseye corner blocks. The original first floor heart pine was replaced in the mid-20th century due to termite damage. The sitting room contains original crown molding, picture railing, hinged transom, baseboards, and egress to side porch. This is the only mantel remaining in the house. The one in the parlor was removed at an unknown date. The parlor has original windows and floor plan and is unknown if there was initially a transom to the foyer. Here's where the mantel would have been located on this left photo. The library was converted into a kitchen circa 1960 with the west window was shortened. Original flooring is also missing. The second floor boasts original flooring, doors, casing, transoms, and no walls have been moved. The bedrooms all have original configuration with just the addition of small closets and the enclosed porch. A portion of that can be seen out the window of the back bedroom. So here's the window in the back bedroom and it looks out onto the porch there. Comparable properties in Currituck County include one in Moyock on the top left. The most similar house on the top right in Jarvisburg is now gone. Others are in Powell's Point, Barco, and Poplar Branch, all in the southern end of the county. Noted in the 2017 Currituck County Survey Book as, quote, similar in plan and footprint to dwellings seen in the southern part of the county. However, these other buildings are modest, even restrained, compared to the East Lake influence and Queen Anne exuberance of the Pointer House, unquote. Staff recommends the Martin C. Pointer House is a good candidate for a criterion C argument due to its mostly intact architectural integrity with the interior plan and exterior detailed ornamentation, as well as one of the few remaining examples of Queen Anne in Currituck County.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, questions. Or comments? Well, if there are no questions or comments, I'd like to open this up for the vote. I need a motion, please.
I will move to accept staff's recommendation on the Pointer House.
Thank you.
A second.
It's been moved by Matt Jorgensen and seconded by David Bergstone to accept staff recommendation for the Currituck House. I'll call for discussion, but I don't think we have it.
Johnson, I have one question.
Okay, sure.
Because I'm quoted in the presentation, I need to remove myself, cruise myself. I didn't realize that she had quoted my book.
I did quote your book, Barbara.
I think if Ms. Snowden recuses herself and Dr. Denard hasn't returned, I think we might lose our quorum.
I have no problem voting.
I think Ramona, correct me if I'm wrong, but as long as Ms. Snowden feels like she can hear it impartially.
Well, I guess, yeah, I guess the question is, did she have any contact, this individual have any contact with you, Ms. Snowden, or did your book is what it is. It's out there. So it's a resource for the community. I'm not sure that creates a conflict, but if you don't feel right about it, perhaps we should.
No, I feel fine with it. Virginia has talked to me about the house, but that was a long time ago. It was not specifically with regard to the National Register. It's just been because we both have Victorian houses, we mention that things every now and then. But I don't feel any qualms about that.
Do you have any financial interest or otherwise in this situation?
No.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure we have a conflict of interest as our bylaws state.
I would agree that, as our bylaws state, that there in this instance is not a conflict of interest.
Thank you. I would like to go to this house.
Thank you very much. And with that being said, we are ready. If there are not any other questions or issues to raise at this moment, we've got a motion on the floor, and I'd like to proceed with the roll call. So I'll start with Mary Lynn.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Nat, you made the motion.
Yes.
Thank you. Sean.
Yes.
Josie.
Yes.
And Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
And I'm Valerie, and I say yes. So we have accepted the staff's recommendation. Thank you so much. What I'd like to do now is to take another little break because we have a stretch of properties to consider. And I think I'd like to push through that, but let's take a 5-minute break first. Okay, thank you. It is 2:58. And thank you so much. And that brings us back to you, Jen.
We're live.
We're live.
Okay, I wasn't sure what Matt said. Thank you. All right, let me share screen.
Dr. Johnson, before Jen gets started, just want to confirm for the record, we still have a quorum, I believe. Is that not correct?
That is correct. We still have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Can you all see the PowerPoint slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. First study list application we have for the Central Southeast regions. Today is the Graham Historic District boundary increase and boundary decrease. The Graham Historic District was listed in the National Register in 1983 under A and C with areas of significance of industry, community plan and development, commerce, politics, government, and architecture. The district surrounds the courthouse square and emphasizes commercial fabric and a sprinkling of mid-19th century residential and key institutional buildings near the commercial core. The period of significance ends around the early 1930s, as it's an early nomination from 83. Here is the 1983 National Register boundary map. As you can see, the areas coming off of the courthouse area here. Note for our discussion that the Oneida Mill nomination does abut this district boundary right up here. The city wished to update their survey for the 1983 National Register District, as well as for local district planning purposes. They hired a consultant to complete that for future additional documentation within the original boundary, but also to look at the edges of the district to determine any potential for boundary increase and or boundary decrease. So that is why today we have a study list application for boundary increase and decrease. This map shows the existing National Register boundary with the yellow dashed line. That's what you saw in blue in the previous slide. The application proposed for the proposed boundary increase includes 6 areas, A through F, and these are the circled areas here on the periphery going around. Staff recommends these increase areas with the exception of area B over here due to lack of contiguous historic fabric. Staff also recommends including the area between what the consultants labeled as C and D right here. And the application proposes 2 boundary decrease areas due to demolition, and that's indicated here by this diagonal hatching. Staff agrees with the southeasternmost decrease area proposed right down here. However, there is no longer any contiguous historic fabric west of the Presbyterian Church here. So staff recommends a decrease for anything that would be west here as you follow these red arrows. So next, I will quickly show you the proposed boundary increase areas. This is area A, north of the district. Here's a view from inside the district looking north on Main. And a streetscape on Main looking back south to the courthouse. Area A picks up the 1969 Graham Production Credit Association at 225 North Main. A circa 1920 colonial revival style residence. And a 1974 modernist former bank building. As pointed out earlier, for area B, staff does not recommend this area for inclusion in the boundary increase. This is west of the Presbyterian Church. There is a vacant lot here. And then we have a building that was formerly associated with the mill nomination I pointed out. It's gone. And down here we have new commercial construction and parking lots and some residential demolition. So unfortunately, I don't think the staff did not recommend that we can get out that far, but we do recommend some additional further study to determine if this potentially is building right here. It's a 1964 1-hour Martinizing drive-in cleaner. It's at 226 West Hardin Street. And it's still a drive-through cleaner. Whether it might be potentially eligible individually for National Register. So that might take some further future study, but we did just want to point this out as something of potential interest, even if we can't do the increase here. Area C is just east here of the church that I pointed out earlier. It picks up the 1962 post-war modern Alamance County Extension Office. You may notice a trend in these areas that we have a lot of ag-related or ag-adjacent facilities. Area D includes a 1966 Alamance County Government Building and 1975 Annex. And again, we would recommend picking up the area between C and D up above. Area E includes a 1966 Duke Power Company building. It has a nice cantilevered overhang and cornered plate glass the black motif in the cornice mimics metal or porcelain enamel panels, and it has an integrated bench seat and deposit box. Area F includes a very small 1954 commercial building, which we need to know a little more about, I think, but primarily the 1948 Graham Tractor Company building. Once again, these are the decrease areas here and here. And we agree with this southeasternmost. There's been demolition of 3 buildings in this area. You can see the X's here in this map. And if you're looking at it on the ground, that would be up in this area here. There's new addition here, and then there's a couple of demos up in this area. So there's nothing there. And staff again recommends the western boundary decrease include everything west of the Presbyterian Church. There's a vacant lot, demolition. Again, there's been home demolition. There's parking lots over here in recent construction. You really can't get contiguous fabric to take you further west than right here. And here's just another look at that in a 3-dimensional aerial. Do know this is actually not there anymore. And then here's a view from the street at one of the smaller houses, just looking back across to where the church is, and you can kind of see the big gap in there. All right. So in some, staff recommends a Graham Historic District boundary increase with the exception of Area B. And with the addition of the area between C and D, staff recommends the Graham boundary decrease, but at a larger extent than proposed in the application. Further research by consultants when preparing additional documentation may create small changes when it comes in as an additional documentation, a boundary increase and boundary decrease for the National Register update. So that is everything I have on that one. Do you have any questions about that?
Yeah, Jim, the dry cleaner, you don't want to just adjust that boundary to include the dry cleaning building? Or is it too late?
Yeah, we looked at it a lot to figure out if there's any way to get around to get that. And let's see over here. So this is the current boundary here.
Right.
And it's probably, this is all, there used to be housing in here.
Sure.
It's gone. This is new, vacant, that's gone. So it's really, this is all changed. I don't think it would be upheld by the Park Service just to come over that big gap and grab it. So we looked at it because it is interesting.
I'm confused then. You're excluding everything north of that, where that vertical dotted line is? Right there? You're saying everything to the left of that is being excluded?
Right, a boundary decrease. Let me see if I can hear. This might help. So here is the current. So this
everything else
would be the decrease area here.
You're taking out that, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that leaves it on an island by itself. Okay, thanks.
Right. Good question, thank you.
Any other questions? What I think we would do is go ahead and let you present and then vote on your 2 presentations and then go to the next ones.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, because I think the motions will get real complicated as we get all of these different ones. So we'll just deal with Alamance and Guilford. So be ready for you to go.
Thank you. Okay, so my last one here is the Mineola Mill Manufacturing Company Mill Complex. This is in Gibsonville on the Guilford County side. The complex includes at its east end, a freestanding cloth warehouse that we listed individually in the National Register in 2018. This, you may remember, this complex came to this group for study list consideration in 2016, and it was recommended not eligible for the study list. And I'll explain why, and I'll explain what's changed and why it's coming back right now. So we go through this. Let's see. The downtown district is adjacent to the mill. This is a railroad track through here. So this is a flip view. This is a historic photo. So this would be downtown, and here's a railroad track. This is the part of the warehouse that's already listed. And then looking at this historic photo, just to kind of orient you, this is the earliest part of the mill here. And then it goes over here to the early 1900s. There's a small little gap in here, and we get to the 1920s over here. These are warehouses back where the spur line comes through. And then there's to be the reservoir. And then we'll see some later mid-century development and later 70s back in this back corner when you see what's on the aerial today. All right, so I'm going to use a yellow highlights on this map, nicely labeled by the consultants. There's been additional research to verify the dates, and I'll show you where the veneer was. It kind of tripped it up the last time. So the earliest sections over here from 1886. Then we have the 1889 portion that you just saw the front of near the tracks in that historic photo. There's 1903. That was the big two-story section that you could see in that historic image. All right, so still early 1900s here, and then the first portion of the freestanding cloth warehouse, which is already listed over here. 1920s, moving this way. And then coming back and filling in between in the 30s to 50s here, some 50s, and 1930s, big addition to that cloth warehouse. 50s and 60s. And here is the mid to later 70s on this end that I previously mentioned. Okay, and then we have last time this came up, and there was the additions, and then also across here we have a 1976 brick veneer. It comes back here as well, and then this dashed stuff is some metal sheathing from 1989 on the warehouse. All right, so looking at this, at the time, it was a no for study list. They didn't know anything about what was behind the veneer. And if you're looking at the complex like this, visually, probably the majority of it is less than 50 years old. Okay. So just so we can walk around, I'll show you what that looked like, starting at this end by the 1889 building and just going right down the line there. You can follow the yellow highlight, shows you where we are. Just to kind of orient how this is connected. Over here's the 20s section, and I said that there was kind of a 30s area to 50s that filled in the gap. That's right here. So there's kind of a break in that earlier photo. I think there's a little connection here. But that's what it looks like in that area from the ground. That's a painted veneer. All right, and so working down over to the division here between the 25, that's a veneer, and then over here you get into the late 60s into the 70s to the very end. So we swung around to the back of the mill. Again, right here is your 70s stuff on this far end. And then the rest of it's the earlier portion of the mill all the way back over to, that's the individually listed cloth warehouse. Okay. And this is kind of the area that has some of that brick veneer versus the metal, just so you can see a blow up of the historic image, what the warehouse area was like. And then just a few different vantage points looking at it in modern times. Some brick and some metal. I believe it was board and batten originally. Back of it. Okay, so why are we looking at this again? And this sort of fits in with the discussion that we just had earlier, that if there are things that change and folks want the NREC to examine it again, we're glad to bring that additional information forward. So what's changed since 2016? The applicant was able to more firmly date the building pieces, as shown in that image that had the dates marked on everything. There's new physical investigation that's been conducted. It reveals that there are earlier facades intact behind the 1976 brick veneer. It's the first time they've done physical exploration. The veneer was minimally attached, it's found. So the removal of veneer is not anticipated to cause damage to the historic material that's underneath, which is always something to consider when looking at a project. And there's also better information and documentation of the interior integrity and what the interior looks like for each section, and if it looks like it did historically. So I'll just point out some of these things. Here on the front, this is a two-story 1903 section. So the exploration is here, includes 2 levels, or what would have been 2 levels. You can see here's a close-up. There's the ghosting behind there of the window with that segmental arch. Up there's another one. You can see there's still a granite sill. This is a ghost sign. At first I thought something happened to the brick, but that's just signage still back there. The bricks, there's a space, and then they were attached with clips. So it appears to be fairly easy to take off. So they removed a couple test sections. And that's just showing how much space for scale is between the earlier facade and the veneer. Same area that they're working on. Okay. And they also did some exploration on the that earliest section that was closer to the railroad tracks that I pointed out. It's an active antique business, but they did some exploration here. Appears to be the same situation where there's a gap, and then you can kind of see, I don't know if this is a basement level window, so it's a segmental arch here, but what we think probably happened would be the windows are probably still up here, at least the openings, and they're probably partially bricked. And I think they slotted in the narrower windows here. And then every other one, there's probably still the arched opening. Okay, and so there were questions about the interior. We didn't know a lot. So the current application includes photos of all the interior sections. It really looks like it did historically. The only areas with partitions really we have in here in this 30s to 50s area that connected the 1903 and 1925 sections. There's partition walls and drop ceilings right in that segment where they have offices installed. Up here, there's some partitions, but they're lower, so they're more like cubicles that are removable, so you can still see the structural system of the ceiling and things like that. I just kind of give you a sense of the general character of the different dated sections as we go through here. Again, here's what I'm talking about when I say kind of the cubicle type removable partition. You can still see all the structural elements here. 1903, 1905, 1925, kind of what you would expect. Now here's the section that is partitioned. Sorry, just a second, my dog. All right. Just a second here. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so can you still see my, oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Woo, okay. All right. Now can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
My apologies. So to sum it up, given recent exploration, the mill appears to be a viable candidate for the National Register under criterion A for industry and C for architecture. The period of significance would likely extend to the 50-year cutoff. The recent individual listing of the multi-story clock warehouse also elevates integrity and anchors the East End. And staff recommends placing Mineola Mill on the study list, but with a note that before a National Register nomination is sent to the Park Service, MPS would want to see as much historic material revealed as possible before the nomination was actually sent to the Park Service. And that's all I have. And I guess I'll take any questions. And then I think, Dr. Johnson, you said we want to vote on these two together.
Yes, we would, and probably it would be useful to give, just to remind us of the two recommendations that you're making.
Sure.
So
All
do
right.
we have any questions?
Yeah, this is Sean Patch. Jen, I have a question about the Mineola Mill. I'm just for curiosity's sake, what was the reason for the exploration of the facade? Did the property owner do that, or did your office ask them to do that? I'm just curious.
Good question. No, it was the owner, working with some folks who wanted to do it. I think they knew based on the last study list application in 2016 that was one of the things mentioned that was an impediment to being on the study list. It was really unknown what was going on there, and overall, not knowing, there was the possibility it could have been stuck on with mastic, or it wouldn't come off, or we just didn't know enough about it. But knowing that it's potentially no problem to remove. With that off, it would be about now, once it comes off visually, about 3/4 to the historic period, which is different from what was known before.
And if I can tag on to Jen's answer, and I say this because Mr. Patch this is his first NRAC meeting, but he may have run into this in other circumstances. A lot of mills in North Carolina were sheathed with some material, whether it be brick, which is really permanent unless it's done like what Jen was describing and illustrating for you, or it can be metal. The Oneida Mill had a huge metal sheathing around it prior to that, but right behind it was all the original brick and so forth. So Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, likewise, it can be an integrity issue otherwise, because it was added much, much later, usually for introduction of air conditioning or something like that.
Right, it depends. Usually it depends on the period of significance for each mill as to whether or not said veneer is part of that period of significance. And in the case of Mineola, given its length of operation, the arbitrary 50-year would probably end up being the cutoff. So, if nomination came in today, they would probably end the period of significance at 72. And we know that veneer is later, 76.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ramona, did you have something to say? You became green.
No, ma'am. I was just lending Jen a hand.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
So Jen, if you could just remind us of your recommendations for the two properties, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so for the Graham Historic District, boundary increase and boundary decrease, the staff recommends this be placed on the study list with the caveat that Area B would not be viable for a boundary increase as proposed, and that the area between C and D would also be included in the increase, that the boundary decrease area be expanded to include everything west of the Presbyterian Church on Elm. And we also recommend Mineola Manufacturing Company for the study list, with the caveat that anyone submitting a nomination to the Park Service before the nomination goes to the Park Service, MPS will want to see as much historic material uncovered as possible at the time of nomination.
Thank you.
This is Matt Jorgensen. I will move that we accept the staff recommendations for these two properties.
I will second that. This is Mary Lynn.
Thank you. It's been moved by Matt Jorgensen and seconded by Mary Lynn Bryan to accept the staff recommendations for the two properties presented in Alamance and Guilford counties. Discussion? Not hearing any, I will call for the vote. Mary Lynn Bryan.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Jorgensen made the motion, but
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Sean Patch,
Yes.
Josie Ward,
Yes.
Barbara Snowden,
Yes.
and Valerie Johnson, yes. Thank y'all. And now we will go to the next property. And thank you, Hannah.
Okay, so I have one study list property for y'all today, and that is the Westside High School. It is located in the town of Chadbourn in western Columbus County. And the star shows its location within Chadbourn. Prior to 1920, the only school for African-American children in Chadbourn was Gold's Academy, organized in the 1880s and operated by the Board of Christian Education of the Presbyterian Church. And in 1920, a 5-teacher type Rosenwald school known as Johnson School or Chadbourn School was constructed, and the high school was accredited in 1936. In 1948, a new brick building was erected, and this forms the center portion of the school today. It's not clear if it was built on the same property as the previous Rosenwald School, but if so, that building is no longer standing. By the mid-1950s, it was renamed Westside High School, and educated African American children from grades 1 through 12 until circa 1970, after which it became an integrated middle school and retained that use until 2018. The building is currently vacant. So here you can see the school's phases of construction. In blue is that original 1948 brick building. In purple are 2 pre-1966 classroom wings. The yellow portions were built between 1966 and 69. This is an office, a newer office and entry addition. And this is a freestanding cafeteria. And then in red, we have a 1984 gymnasium and a circa 2000 detached classroom building. So now I'll give you a tour around the building, and you will see that it has very good overall historic integrity with original windows still intact throughout. So here's the front and the side of the pre-1966 East classroom wing. And here you can see a historic photo of that wing to the left and a portion of the 1948 building to the right here. And then here is a portion of the 1948 building as it currently stands. And this is that late 1960s entrance. And these photos show those same elevations in 1969. And then more of the 48 building is right here. My cat is trying to get into the presentation, please leave. Sorry about that. And then this is a part of the pre-1966 classroom west wing. And then around to the back of the school, here are classrooms in the 1966 wing, west wing, accessed from the exterior. Here's really the best photo I have of the overall view of the school building from the rear elevation. Here's a floor plan of the school, which primarily features classrooms flanking a double loaded corridor, and the floor plan remains very intact throughout. These are some typical classrooms and hallway spaces in the pre-1966 West Wing. Here the hallway walls are brick, but throughout the rest of the school, both the halls and classrooms have painted concrete block walls. And most interior rooms have drop ceilings and carpeting, but otherwise retain very good historic integrity. This is a hallway in the 1948 portion, and as you can see, it still has the borrowed light windows and transoms. These are typical classroom spaces in the 1948 portion. This is the late 1960s office and entry addition. And these are typical rooms in the pre-1966 East Wing. Here is the exterior of the late 1960s cafeteria and interior spaces of the cafeteria with the kitchen and the dining area. And here are some historic photos of that cafeteria from the 1969 yearbook. This is the 1984 gymnasium, which would be a non-contributing resource if this if the nomination is pursued, as well as the circa 2000 classroom building. And there's a baseball field and dugout at the rear of the property that may date to the historic period. And so more research would be required to figure out whether it's a contributing resource or not. The property remains an important resource representing the history of African American education in Chadbourne and Columbus County, and staff recommends placing Westside High School on the state study list likely significant under criterion A in the areas of education and African American ethnic heritage, and possibly criterion C for architecture. And that's all I have. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
No questions? Hello, Dr. Denard. Glad to see you.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry that I did a disappearing act that way, but I was taking some medication that really made me very drowsy. But thank you all for checking on me. I'm okay.
Great. Well, I would go ahead. I think I'd like to go ahead and have us vote on this property and then do the last part of this section to make things run a little smoothly.
Dr. Johnson, this is Barbara Snowden. I make a motion that we accept this as the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
I second that.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been moved by Barbara Snowden and seconded by Sean Patch to accept the recommendation for this property that has been presented to us. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll start with Mary Lynn Bryan.
Sorry, I did it again. Yes.
Thank you. David Denard.
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Sean Patch.
Yes.
And I'm missing one.
Josie Ward, yes.
Yes, there you are, Josie. You moved on me. Josie Ward, yes. And Barbara Snowden, I know
Yes.
you made the motion, but we need to hear. Thank you. Yes, and Valerie Ann Johnson says yes. Motion carries, and we will now move ourselves to the next part of the study list nomination.
All right, can you all see my shared screen with the Leonidas Lafayette Polk House?
Yes.
Sarah.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm starting with one of the older resources you'll see today. This is the Leonidas Lafayette Polk House in Anson County. Anson County is down here almost right in the middle, but on the South Carolina line. And the house is located in Polkton, which is in western Anson County. And specifically, it is on the south side of the railroad tracks with the core of the town of Polkton across the street. Andrew Polk appears to have built this house around 1825, and Leonidas was born here to Andrew and his second wife, Serena, in 1837. The Polk family enslaved over 30 people, and when Andrew died, Leonidas, who was age 15 at the time, inherited over 350 acres and 7 enslaved people. Following his service to the Confederacy, Polk returned to the family seat. He started a newspaper and founded the town of Polkton. He also became involved in local and state politics. And as he got more involved in state politics, he moved to Raleigh in the 1870s. Survey work in Anson County is pretty limited, so we don't have a good architectural context into which we would place this house, but it is a good example of federal architecture, and it's undergone very few changes. The hall parlor plan includes an enclosed winder stair, chair rails, wood sheathed walls, and federal mantelpieces. And the house has a really classic early 19th century profile with flush gable ends, a box cornice, and shed roof porches on both the front and rear elevations, and both porches have a single enclosed porch room. Both sides of the house have ghost marks of double-shouldered chimneys. And this is just moving around the side of it, and then looking at the back and the other side. So there's an L that's been attached to the back. The main block and the rear L are both timber framed. The person who is interested in becoming a new owner of this house is a timber framer. And he, in his opinion, the framing method used in the L, and then also compared to the framing method used in the main block, suggests that the L was probably built around sometime in the 1850s, maybe 1840s, and it was built as a separate structure that was moved up to the main block and attached, rather than something that was constructed as an addition. So again, just moving around to the opposite side of the house, you can get a really good look at where the chimney was on this side. And then back to the front, but at the opposite corner from where we started. As I said, it has a hall parlor plan. So here we are in the hall, which would have been the most public room. And over here to the right of the image is where the fireplace mantelpiece would have been. And then here's a detail of the chair rail and the trim in that room. Moving into the parlor, it retains its mantelpiece, also chair rail and wood sheathed walls. And then this is facing toward the front of the house, looking toward that porch room that's enclosed on the front of the house. The winder stair, and it's hard for, I think that this is a little bit, I think the scale of this image is a little bit distorted. I don't think that door is quite as squat as it looks in the picture. And then a detail of the mantelpiece in the parlor. Heading upstairs, the blue room is the room above the parlor, which is, I think, pretty nicely finished room for an upstairs room. I was sort of surprised at this level of finish. And then the other upstairs room, this is the one that's above the hall. There's a sort of a cut or a seam in the floorboards here. I don't know what that is telling us. Back downstairs in the L, this is the room in the rear L that's closest to the main block of the house. Here you can see the green, you're looking back into the parlor. And then this is looking into the room in the back of the L. And you can see that corner there indicating the timber framing. The house, again, built around 1825, and then the L a little bit later. Eligible under criterion C for architecture, and the slide says possibly B. Polk has a house listed for him here in Raleigh. He went on, when he came to Raleigh, he went on to have play a really significant role in establishing the Department of Agriculture. He was also a really a proponent of progressive farming and progressive agriculture, worked a lot with the Grange and founded the Progressive Farmer magazine. But I don't know that, I think it would be hard to make a case that this house is associated with his most important or most productive life, but staff felt that certainly the C argument for architecture was viable. So I will roll right along to another mill, to Flint Mill number 2. Flint Mill number 2 is located in Gastonia. The first section was built in 1923, and then it had some additions in 1950, 1955, and 1960, which, as you know, is very typical of mills. Gaston County is right next door to Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. And here toward the bottom of the screen, you can see the core of downtown Gastonia. This is the Luray Mill Village over here to the west of downtown Gastonia. And then up here in the top right to the northeast is the Flint Mill. And it is called Flint Mill number 2. There was a Flint Mill number 1 located in this big open patch right across the railroad tracks. Okay, so here we have a kind of an evolution of the building. We started with this core 1923 building. There is a 1923 warehouse over here, a 1923 opening room and waste house, picker room, the stair tower from 1923, boiler and mechanical room from 1923. And you'll be able to see as we move around the side of the building which bits of this date from 1923. Then we have some 1960s mechanical things, a 1966 restroom tower, some 50s and 60s warehouses down here on the end, and then 50s and 60s additions on this end. So we'll take a little trip starting on the side of the building that faces away from the railroad tracks. We'll start with the front of the building, and we'll just move around in a counterclockwise fashion. So this is the front of the building, and you will notice that originally it had metal or steel windows and a concrete sill and then some brick underneath here. And today these are all filled with brick. There are a few places where this arrangement is still visible. And as we have been discussing, we do sometimes we look at a lot of mills that have had windows filled in. Here's the front main entrance. So here's the main entrance back here. We've moved to the opposite corner, or started to move around the far end. This is the end of the building that was built in the 50s and 60s, and even had some additions in the 1980s and 90s. Moving around this corner. And then this is still the northeast end of the building. Now coming along the back, and you can see here a 1923 section where you can see that exposed concrete framing, and so that'll help let you know when you're seeing original 1923 construction. So again, this is part of the original building here and back here. And just a little bit better look at that. And these again are mid-century mechanical additions and bathroom additions back here. And then you can see the 1920s portions peeping out again. And then this is the warehouse end. So this is sort of a canopy that connects the main mill building to the 1920s warehouse, which also has some 1950s and 60s additions sort of made all around it. This is still moving around the main mill building. So the warehouse sections in the photo on the left, the warehouses would be behind the photographer. Okay, and staying with the main mill, here is the first floor plan, which is wide open with columns, and we will go inside here. This is the second floor, again, wide open spaces with columns. So this is the first floor inside the 1923 main mill with these really wonderful mushroom columns, original flooring still in place. That is a combination of maple and pine. It's 3 layers of wood flooring on top of concrete flooring. This is looking around on the first floor. Lots and lots and lots of concrete. and into the stair tower. And then upstairs, again, really, really wonderful interior architectural integrity. And these mushroom columns are something we don't see too often. All right, back outside, and now this is the warehouse section. And we're kind of going to move around. There are portions of this. You can see it's had a lot of changes over time. There are portions from the 20s, the 50s, and the 60s that make up this kind of warehouse end of the building. These are inside the warehouse. And then here we are at the end. Again, staff recommends approval, and we feel that it is eligible or a good candidate for the register under criteria A and C for industry and architecture. And we will keep on moving to Gladstone Academy, built around 1894 in the town of Meisenheimer in Stanley County. Stanley County is here in between Cabarrus and Montgomery. And the village of Meisenheimer is the home of Pfeiffer University, originally Pfeiffer Junior College, but Pfeiffer University. And you can see Gladstone Academy down here at the bottom of the screen. And looking at an aerial, you can see the school and then a shed in the schoolyard. And here's the view looking from the road. And today, so this is a Google Street View photograph, but the town of Meisenheimer owns this, and they have painted it and done a nice job of keeping it up. Again, it was built around 1894, and it housed a school from then until 1910. It's called Gladstone Academy, but the name was taken from a man named Franklin Gladstone, who was a local Methodist minister, and he founded a school here around 1880. And then he was able to, he or the community, it's a little unclear to me, they were able to build this school by 1894. When the Methodist Church moved a school called Mitchell School to the Meisenheimer community, Gladstone closed, essentially so that Mitchell could grow into today's Pfeiffer University. So when the school closed here in 1910, it became a Methodist congregation, a Methodist church. And it was used as a church from 1910 to 1940. Then it sat vacant for many years, but the town, again, the town has purchased it and undertaken some restoration work. One of the things they have done, one of the changes to it are the windows. The windows are new, are modern windows that the town installed. I think they are very good replicas, and without having been on site, I didn't realize that they weren't original until the applicant told me. Moving around the back of the building. The L shape of the building might make you think it was built in 2 phases, but it was, according to the application, built all at once. As part of the town's work on the building, their carpenter uncovered evidence that the foyer up here at the front had actually started out as an open porch with a small belfry on top. So again, in 2014, they installed new windows that copied the originals. And in 2017, the front doors were replaced. The originals were very deteriorated, and the new ones were built to match the originals, and they are wooden doors that copied the originals. I don't know when this was enclosed. It is drop siding. It makes me think that maybe it was enclosed when the church used it, but I don't know. I don't know that. So inside the main room, looking forward into the foyer toward the front door, and then back, just that same view but backed up a little bit. And you can see beaded board throughout the interior. And then this is basically turned from the front door looking toward the back. The application states that this was always open, but I see what indicates to me evidence of a wall having been there at some point in time at least. And again, this is inside facing to the side, facing into that side gable wing. This is the shed that's in the back, sort of a barn garage kind of combination. And staff feels that this is eligible under criterion A in the area of education. It may be eligible under C in the area of architecture, but staff felt confident with education. All right, and you all will hear more from me, but we're gonna go to Beth now. And I don't know if you want to vote on these now or keep going with Beth.
Let's keep going with Beth and we can do it all at once.
Okay, can you all see my PowerPoint? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm attempting to make it full screen. There we go. Okay. Okay, so the first property I have for you today is the Seaboard Airline Station in Creedmoor, which is in southern Granville County. And quick note, I have been to this property in person. The day that I was there, we happened to have the remnants of a tropical storm overhead. And so it was just pouring rain. I couldn't take the camera out when I was outside of the building. So these Google Street View images are fairly recent, and I can attest that this is what the building looked like in June 2021. So in 1888, the Durham and Northern Railroad Company agreed to place a depot at a newly established post office in southern Granville County that had been called Creedmoor, and a small agricultural trading center emerged in this part of the county. In 1901, the Seaboard Airline Railway absorbed the Durham and Northern Railroad Company because they wanted to connect their main north-south track from the depot at Henderson to Durham. The track that existed between Durham and Henderson has been removed. It was removed sometime in the 1980s, but the Seaboard Airline Station at Creedmoor remains, although it has been altered to an extent. So here I'm showing you the 1969 newspaper article shortly after the railroad announced that they were going to stop passenger service in the next few years. And here it is with another image from Google Street View. So you can see that we are missing storage barns that were located next to the depot. And you can see where the track was running, of course, very closely to the depot and is now gone. Although there is a slight indication in the landscape of where the track used to be. You may also be able to see that we have some altered openings on this track facing side of the depot. Most notably, can you all see my arrow as it's moving? Okay. Most notably, there was a bay window here, or a bay projection containing several windows here that's very typical on railroad depots of this era. That's now this open space, and the door that was in this bay projection was moved over and is now replacing a window. This was a combination passenger and freight depot, which was really not unusual for depots that were constructed in the late 19th, turn of the 20th century in small towns. About 2/3 of this building, so roughly from here over, was the freight portion of the depot. And you can see here where these chimney stacks that have been removed today, they're bookending about a third of the building. That was, there have been 2 stoves that kind of bookended the passenger section of the depot at one point. Let's see here. And then here a photo from the 1940s gives you a little closer look at the building. And of course, there it is again, modern day. So we are missing some fabric. In addition to the loss of the chimneys and the stoves on the interior, we have lost the platform. And you'll be able to see in just a minute that a large lunette window has been added here on both gable ends of the building. So these are my photos from when I was safe and dry on the inside. And looking towards the freight section of the depot, it is relatively intact on the interior. There was likely some sort of cladding on this interior wall, but the openings in the freight portion are pretty much intact to its period of use. But as I turn around and show you the passenger end of the depot, you can see that, again, we probably were not looking at a highly sophisticated level of finish, but we are missing whatever finish was once in this, in any furniture and ticket sales counters and that kind of thing. The 2 flues and stoves are gone as well. And then of course you can see here on the interior how that missing bay is affecting the interior arrangement of space too. And here's that lunette window that I was talking about that's been added to both gable ends. So as you can see, there's some integrity issues here with the depot. So we don't see this as a good candidate for the study list under criterion C, but it is a relatively rare resource type. So I do want to take a minute to talk through some comparison properties under a potential criterion A argument for study listing. So this first map I'm showing here is the the Seaboard airline in about the turn of the 20th century. And here I have outlined the portion, the spur line that was extending from Henderson to Durham. So you can see that in addition to the larger brick, dedicated passenger stations that were in Durham and Henderson at the time, there would have been 5 similar, most likely frame combination passenger freight depots along this line. And at this point, the Creedmoor Depot is the only one of these that remains. And interestingly, every one of these little communities on this line through southern Granville, and I believe just a little bit of Vance County, those are all places that did not exist before 1888, before the rail line came through. And those are all places that in most senses do not exist now. They're where 2 roads might cross, but there's not, say, a post office or any kind of town government in any of these locations. Then lastly, I wanted to show you just from Raleigh to the Virginia line, how many of a similar type of resource exists along the Seaboard airline. So where you see the yellowish squares, that's where you have a larger brick depot. So there's one remaining in Durham, Raleigh, Henderson, and then Weldon, that were these larger depots, these more major stops on the railroad that were executed in brick. So those 4 are remaining. And then among these smaller, often combination frame small town depots, you have 4 remaining, of which Creedmoor is 1. And here are the other 3. So the depot in Franklinton, in Franklin County, and then right next to each other on the line, you have Macon and Warren Plains in Warren County. The Franklinton Depot was constructed in '86, and Warren Plains and Macon were most likely constructed in '87. Franklinton was a passenger depot. It has been listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Warren Plains and Macon both had passenger depots. These are the freight depots. The passenger depots are no longer extant. And then lastly, what is the significance of the depot in Creedmoor? Well, it was very much critical to the fact that mules were brought in large numbers to Creedmoor to be bought and sold, and the development of Creedmoor into this major mule trading center. After World War I, there was a businessman in Creedmoor who realized he could buy up mules that were being surplused by the Army. And so he brought them to Creedmoor and greatly expanded the mule trading that was already going on in the town. At a certain point, about 1,000 mules per year were brought to Creedmoor on the Seaboard Airline. And by the 1940s, about $500,000 worth of mules were traded every year in Creedmoor. As many of you know, Creedmoor is right in the middle of brightleaf tobacco country. And one of the reasons that mules were so important to the region is that they are stronger, they last longer, they have greater stamina, and they're much more nimble than horses. And so that's exactly what you need when you have a large animal walking in between delicate plants. You need those nimble mules so that your tobacco plants are not getting crushed while you're attempting to do that strenuous hand labor. The only other thing listed in the National Register in Creedmoor is the bank. And in looking over that National Register nomination for the bank on Main Street, it very much credits the mule trading industry as the reason that Creedmoor developed into the regional center that it did, and also as the only reason that Creedmoor had an established bank of its own, that it was mostly the money that was coming in and out of town through the mule trade that allowed the establishment of this bank that kept people from having to go to Oxford or Henderson or Durham for a private bank. So even though we don't see a lot of real potential for Criterion C due to integrity issues, we do potentially see a Criterion A argument for the depot as a really critical piece of bringing mules back and forth to this center for mule trading. Unlike a lot of presentations that you hear from us, staff doesn't have a real firm recommendation for you on this. We spent a lot of time talking about the depot and going back and forth. And ultimately, our decision was that we would rely on you to make the final judgment about whether or not this is a good study list candidate in the areas that I have identified. So I can either pause for discussion or I can roll right along into Warren County.
Could we pause for discussion just now since it's so fresh? I'd just like to add that based on some research that I've been doing in the West, these depots are very hard to find still extant, certainly in any sort of good condition. So I would be inclined to vote for the possibility of an A argument being well made.
This also benefit from some work being done to try and restore that interior? Is that?
The applicant is the real estate agent who has the depot listed. And of course, the idea is always that potential National Register listing could, make something more attractive to a potential buyer.
Any other discussion? Well, let's go on to your other presentation, and if a question comes up, they'll ask.
Okay. All right. So my second property of the day is All Saints Episcopal Church in Warrenton. And this application came to us from the Episcopal Diocese of North Carolina, who owns the property. And the application was prepared by the diocesan historiographer. So it was a very thorough and well done application. We also want to note that we've received a letter of support from the Right Reverend Samuel Rodman, who's the bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of North Carolina. So this church is a vernacular Gothic revival style church building constructed of rusticated concrete block in imitation of stone. The church is cruciform in shape, and its interior plan consists of transepts that flank an open nave and chancel. The church sits on a full basement that was the temporary site of worship during its period of construction, which took place roughly between 1913 and 1918, and it's highly intact to its period of construction. Let's walk around the building, and there you see the interior. All Saints, historically African-American congregation, has roots in the Emmanuel Parish of Warrenton, which was founded in 1821. And historically, the congregation consisted of both enslavers and the enslaved. And then for several decades after emancipation, the Black and white congregants continued to worship in the same space in Warrenton. In the 1890s, the Diocese of North Carolina began relying on Black ministers and teachers to serve African-American Episcopalians, and many ministers and teachers were receiving training at St. Augustine School in Raleigh. One of the most prominent was the Reverend Henry Beard Delaney, who was assigned to oversee the formation of an African-American mission church and school in Warrenton. Warren County is the birthplace of at least 4 African-American leaders in the late 19th century Episcopal Church, all of whom were born into the institution of slavery. All Saints Episcopal Church memorializes one of these men, the Reverend Thomas W. Kane, who was the first Black candidate for holy orders in Virginia, and who was one of the first Black priests to represent the diocese at the General Convention of 1889. While Reverend Kane was serving the oldest Black church in the state of Texas, he perished during the Great Galveston Hurricane of 1900, which remains the deadliest natural disaster in United States history. In 1901, the Episcopal Diocese determined that the mission church proposed for construction in Warrenton would be a memorial chapel honoring Reverend Kane's legacy. Staff recommends placing All Saints Episcopal Church on the study list because it is potentially eligible under Criterion C as an excellent and intact representation of small-town Gothic revival architecture from the early 20th century. Its use of rusticated concrete block at a time when most rural and small-town congregations, Black and white and of any denomination, were building in wood, imbues the church with a sense of permanence that befits a memorial to Reverend Kane. They were able to use a material and a method of construction that was practical and affordable for a small congregation dependent on fundraising to build their church. Additionally, All Saints is potentially eligible under Criterion A as a product of the movement at St. Augustine School to provide Black ministers and teachers to African American Episcopalians and to found Black mission churches and schools. Further study may also demonstrate the potential significance of All Saints within the African American community in Warrenton as a center of community life and a producer of leaders in Warren County throughout the 20th century. And I want to say that when I was able to make a site visit, there are a number of people in the community in Warrenton who are very interested or who have a personal connection to the church and are very interested in fleshing out the 20th century portion of the church's history and significance in Warrenton and Warren County and the region. So in addition to the good work by the diocese, there are a lot of people locally who are willing and eager to contribute to the gathering of information for this potential nomination. And that's really all that I have today.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I know we're winding down, and I really appreciate y'all hanging in there with us. I can say that there's quite a considerable Black heritage activity in Warrenton, and this is part of the efforts there to preserve aspects of the history. And there's more that can be added to this nomination, given time to prepare. So yes, we should go. I think that it was an important presentation. So thank you. So what we have before us are the following presentations. We had from Sarah Woodard and from Beth King, presentations on properties in Anson, Gaston, Stanley, Granville, and Warren counties. And what I would entertain a motion on is to accept the staff recommendations. But before I do that, do y'all need a?
Well, there was no staff recommendation on the Seaboard Airlines, so.
Except for Seaboard Airlines, you're right. So I actually think that we need to talk about.
I guess my question is, were any of the other four, so we know that Seaboard does not have a recommendation from staff. The other four were all recommended for listing on the study list. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Yes, they were.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we vote on those four and then we can vote on the Seaboard?
Well, I will make a motion and we'll see if it gets seconded and voted or not, but I will move to go ahead and accept staff recommendations to put the Lafayette Polk House, the Flint Mill No. 2, the Gladstone Academy, and the All Saints Episcopal Church on the study list. And I will further add that I move to put the Seaboard Airline Station on the study list.
I second that.
And I will second all of that.
It's been moved by Matt Jorgensen and seconded by, double second by Mary Lynn Bryant and David Denard to put all of those properties on the study list. I'll call for any discussion. Well, hearing none, we have a motion on the floor, and I'll go for the count, and thank you. Mary Lynn.
Yes. Yes.
Heard you, yes. David Denard.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
David Burkstone.
Yes.
Sean Patch.
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen.
Yes.
And Valerie Ann Johnson, yes. Oh, also Barbara Snowden.
Yes.
Thank you, Barbara.
Sean.
So it has been unanimously approved to put those properties on the study list. And thank you so much, staff, for that. We have one last property to consider. Sarah, you're back on tap.
All right, Beth, I need you to stop sharing your screen. Thank you. All right. Okay, does everybody see the Horn House from 1916? Okay. We are going to wrap it up here in Polk County. Polk County is in the southwestern part of the state, and this is an application that normally you would hear from Annie McDonald on, and Annie has moved on to what I hope are greener pastures, and we certainly miss her. The house is located in the southern edge of Polk County, in the county's southeast corner. This is a part of the world that's really unfamiliar to me. So if it is for you too, I put a few markers on here. Tryon is to the west. Rutherfordton is to the northeast, as well as Forest City. And then, of course, South Carolina is straight to the south. Okay, so Polk County enjoyed a reputation like adjacent Henderson County it developed a culture of summer homes and resort architecture as South Carolinians in particular traveled to the region first by turnpike and then later by rail. Romantic styles, particularly Gothic Revival and Italianate, with the obvious heavy influence of Downing, were the rage among well-heeled vacationers during the antebellum years. And those styles remained popular throughout the 19th century and into the early 20th century with local farmers and builders, not just the rich. The Horn House references basically all of this. Ransom Hicks was the superintendent of the Henrietta Mill, which was located in southern Rutherford County. He was the superintendent there. He conceived of this house as his retirement home. He and his wife Sophie had grown up in the Green Creek community of Polk County, which is where this is. They purchased this land in 1903, and Mr. Hicks started the house in 1915, and he had it complete and furnished by 1916. But his wife Sophie did not want to leave the modern comforts of Henrietta, where they had running water and electricity and things like that. He started to realize he wasn't going to get Sophie to the countryside anytime soon, and he asked a young newlywed couple to move into the house. Hicks cleared out 3 rooms, the 3 that I've highlighted here, for this young family. Their names were Jesse and Cora Horn, and they moved into the house in 1917. By chance, Jesse was the second cousin of Sophie Hicks. So Jesse began clearing land. The star is on the house here. Jesse began clearing land, and soon he needed a barn. So Mr. Hicks bought the materials, and Jesse built a barn. Jesse had some training as a carpenter. Over time, Jesse added more outbuildings using the same system. Mr. Hicks would buy the materials, and Jesse would build the outbuilding. One of them was a small building that Mr. Hicks actually requested. He had Jesse build this as sort of a living space and storage space, and he finally moved all of his furniture out of the house, and he would stay in this little building when he would come to visit the property. And that let Jesse and Cora have the whole house, which was a good thing because their family was growing and would eventually grow to 9 children. Jesse continued clearing land until he had 42 acres under cultivation. They grew cotton, corn, wheat, oats, and hay. Their best cotton crop was 27 bales in 1 year. Jesse maintained a cane mill on the property and produced molasses. He also, as I said, worked as a carpenter, and he was engaged in several local leadership positions. It took a long time, but eventually Mr. Hicks gave up his dream of country retirement, and he sold the farm and the associated 195 acres to the Horns, but not until 1940. The Horns continued farming into the 1980s, and Jesse died in 1985, and Cora died in 1992. The Horn family owned the house until 1991, and it's been with the same owner since 1991. So we will take a tour. This is the land currently, the parcel that the house currently sits on today. If it were listed for its architecture, this would probably be the boundary. If an association wanted to include agriculture, the boundary would probably be larger. So zeroing in on the property, we're going to start at the south corner of the house and just move around it in a clockwise fashion. So here we are at the south corner, and the applicant sent us print photographs, which we don't get very often, and we scan those. So the images are a little bit grainy, but you can see a nice peaked gable vent, which you'll see repeated, and then some sawtooth shingling on the end, which you'll also see repeated. This is looking at the front door, obviously. then moving around the corner of the house to the opposite corner. And this historic photograph of it, you can see that we are missing some sawnwork trim up in each gable peak. But otherwise, the house retains everything you see here in this historic photograph: the porch materials, the porch posts, the brackets on the porch, the shingles, the pressed metal roof shingles are all there. Again, continuing on around the side of the house to the back, this would be the sort of the back north corner of the house. The 3 windows that you can see along here, those replaced an original window to accommodate a new sink when the house was plumbed. And the shed has flooring to match the rest of the house. So I think it's an early addition or maybe even original construction. This room with the 6/6 windows is an addition that the Horns made, although it's unclear when. The applicant does not remember this room not being here, and she was born and raised in this house and is 92 years old, I believe, or maybe 91. I don't want to give her too many years. Moving around the back still, and then around the end. And then back here we are at the front door, showing a detail of the side lights and the front door window. And then the floor plan. The house is basically a center hall here with 2 rooms on either side, a room over here that appears to have been built at the same time as the house, as well as the kitchen wing, also built apparently at the same time as the house. The dining room is the only addition, and then a little porch back here. Bathrooms were added, and I should have been moving this as I was talking. Again, the dining room was added fairly early in the house's history, and the hall bathroom was added when the house got indoor plumbing around 1940, and then another bathroom was added in the 20th century. Inside. Again, I apologize for the photographs, but we have nice integrity inside, original mantelpieces, doors. This archway appears to be original. Again, this is the 1940s little bitty enclosed bathroom back here. Jesse added this dining room wing, and when he did, he added this sort of ingenious cupboard. So this is the dining room side where it acts as a china cabinet, but on the other side, it's also open and can be used as storage, and it's open below on the kitchen side. 2 more mantelpieces, I believe are original. The one on the right may be an update, but certainly a historic update, but it might be original to the house. And then out into the yard where we're going to look at outbuildings, and I will zip through these pretty quickly. This is the little storage building that the Hickses had built, and then the family, the Horns, used it as a grain house, but it has been converted back for use as a guest house. The smokehouse, also used now as a guest house, and it's got kind of this nice trim down here at the bottom that's sort of obscured. The pump house and the garage. All of these things were built by Jesse Horn. And then moving toward the back, we have a big crib, big corn crib. And then to the way back, what the applicant calls the big barn. And then a chicken house here, and again, sort of a look at the whole backyard. So where does the Horn house fit into Polk County? Well, we don't really know, and but we do have one of our hurricane surveys getting ready to take place in Polk County, so we should have a lot better context for this by the time we get to the end of that project. An environmental review report evaluating a house just a few miles away, a somewhat similar house, I actually had to look to Rutherford County for comparable examples. I think that this house, though, will be a good candidate for the National Register as a good intact example of an early 20th century farmhouse with outbuildings. Again, the most notable changes, really maybe even the only change, are or two changes: the loss of the sawnwork in the gable ends and the modernization of the kitchen and the addition of bathrooms. Let's see. Imogen, the applicant, reports that her father said their house was close to the Cox house in beauty and better than the Solon Williams house. I haven't been able to locate either one of those houses, but again, I'm hopeful that the upcoming survey will. The little three gable house here is right across the road from the Horn house, and you can see it's had quite a few alterations. This is an unsurveyed house, but the Catherine Beischer, her guide to the historic architecture of Western North Carolina, identifies this as the Baynard House in Mill Spring, which is about 13 miles away from the Horn house. A listed house in Polk County is in the county seat of Columbus, the J.G. Hughes house. I apologize for the grainy photograph. It's definitely much more of a townhouse. The Jones Waldrop house on the right side there, that was determined eligible in that environmental review report I mentioned. This is pretty close to the Horn house, and it has very similar gable treatment to match the Horn house. I just don't have good pictures of it. There were some other comparable examples in Rutherford County. The Flora Clark house. It's a two-story house that has three gables across the front. I couldn't get any Google Street View pictures of these because Google Street View isn't available there. But looking at the aerials, these houses are still there and still have the roof configuration that's mentioned. The W.C. Dalton house is a 1.5-story house with two roof gables centered on the facade. And then you can see the William G. Miller house on the right side there. That's again pictured in the Guide to Historic Architecture. So this is the Horn house, built around 1916, and staff felt like it was a good candidate for criterion C for architecture, and then possibly criterion A for agriculture with some additional context and research. And that is all I have.
Any questions for Sarah?
Yes. Where is this house in proximity to Nina Simone's house in Tryon?
Let's see. Nina Simone's house is in Tryon, and let me see if I can back up to that slide again. Sorry, I'm gonna go all the way back here. Okay. Tryon is over here to the basically directly west. Here's Columbus, and then here's our house. This is the county line. So we're sort of in the southeast corner of the county, and again, Tryon is over here a little bit farther west.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Sarah,
Thank
could
you,
you show that
Sarah.
historic again?
I'm sorry, what?
Show the historic picture again? Historic.
Sure. Yep. There we go.
Is that a chimney on the back wing that's missing?
That chimney's still there.
Okay.
And
I couldn't tell from the other view or not. It didn't show a fireplace back there.
yes, that's right. There's not a fireplace. There was a stove back there.
Stove connection, okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? So I will entertain a motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
I'll second that. Ward.
Okay. It's been
Been going
moved-
down a high street up to the big eye.
Whoops. It's been moved by Mary Lynn Bryant and seconded by Josie Ward to accept staff recommendations for the Horn House in Polk County. Any discussion? And so here we go with our last roll call for today. Mary Lynn Bryant,
Yes.
Dr. Denard,
Yes.
Matt Jorgensen,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Josie Ward,
Yes.
Sean Patch,
Yes.
Barbara Snowden,
Yes.
and Valerie Ann Johnson, yes. Thank you so much. It has been approved, moved, seconded properly, and approved for our last study, for our last entry for the study list. Woo! So I'm glad to see that Josie and Sean are still with us. And as you can see, it is important work that's been done by our wonderful staff, and really the way in which they pitched in with each other and have been able to fill in the gaps with those vacancies really has been an amazing thing and your people's job. So thank you so much. And at this point, if there are no comments, questions.
I'll just point out to the new folks that usually they don't go this long. So this might be one of the longest ones I've been in. But I will move to adjourn.
Thank you.
I will second it, 'cause I now encourage
And I
everybody.
want to thank it.
Thank you, Barbara.
And
And Dr. Denard, you were saying it's been moved and seconded, and by acclamation, we are adjourned.
Thanks to John Wood for coming out to check on me. I am so thankful. And I'm sorry I went unofficially AWOL for a few minutes. Okay.
We put the fear of God in all the committee members that I will come to your house if you don't show up.
That's right. And I have been. Okay. And that's a good thing.
Josie and Sean are afraid now.
I won't do that again.
And Dr. Johnson, once again, can I just thank all of you all for your participation here, and Josie and Sean, thank you as well. And thank the staff. I mean, this has been instructive for me as well. And so thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And John, really, seriously, thank you for going over and beyond what's required of you in this position. And
yeah,
we will happily welcome Dr. McGill back, as well as our other members for our next meeting in February. So at this point, we are adjourned, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your stamina. Thank you so much.
Ramona, thank you. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.